Good morning, good morning, good morning, Royal Family, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin Kings channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. I hope everyone had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Stepped away from the charts a little bit, watched a movie. I don't know, enjoyed family. If you were trading, it was a hot mess. I am no longer in any Bitcoin trades. I'm not in any longs. I'm not in any shorts. I did play around with this long right here over the weekend. I sat through all of the chop fest. So that's, I feel you if you are somebody who decided to play with it. And then I woke up this morning and the rest of the loan position was stopped out. I didn't even entertain taking a short. I saw it last night and I was like, you know what, I'm not going to bother with it because, every little drop we get, we hold it and then we start trying to get back to the top, and it's just whipsaw up and down. It's not something that I want to trade right now. If I do see something that looks cleaner, I may consider it. And more than likely that would be a short at this point for me. Um, but yeah, it's it's a little wild. It's a little wild. So the only reason why I took the trade over the weekend was because I was viewing the setup as a possible 5 wave move right through here. And I actually jumped into this trade after this move right here happened. So at first I was just holding the short position, which got stopped out last night when this happened right here. So, the long was the hedge against my short, and my TP was set for where my stop loss was set for my short position, my first TP anyway. And then I took a profits again, and then after that, like I said, I got stopped out of it. But when I saw this right here happen, over here, this little first move right here. And let me make the chart a little bit more quieter. All right, so when I saw this first move right here happen, the RSI had got to a relatively strong level. So it was at that time, let's see what that was. It was a 62. So that's a really nice move. RSI hit a 62. I was like, cool. I still didn't touch it yet. It was the retracement that really did it for me, because when the price retraced, momentum stayed relatively strong. It did like a 39.71. I'm just going to go ahead and call that a 40. And then this move right here happens. And that's where it got really interesting, because the RSI got up to a 78. So you're not going to see that in an ABC correction. And you can see how impulsive it was, right? How strong these candles right here were. They were very strong candles. So at that point, I decided I was going to get in. Now, normally I won't buy a top, but I was like, I like that. So when it comes back down, it's probably only going to do about a 382 or a 50% retracement, because the RSI got heavy. So that's something that you can look for too. So when it did come down, you can see I'm going to draw from here up to here. I was only looking, like I said, for it to do a 382 to a 50% retracement. Uh-oh, didn't mean to do that. Meant to do bullish. And that's exactly what you end up getting. You only end up getting that 382 retracement, which I could have waited for that 382 retracement, a 50% retracement to happen. But I was like, I just go ahead and take it. I just go ahead and get into it. And then I'll probably add to it if it comes down here to this level, which I did not end up adding. I didn't. I just, it started going sideways after that, and it did it for such a long time that I had other stuff that I wanted to work on. So I was like, I'm not going to add to it, because I'm not going to be able to keep looking over here at it to check on it. So from there, I measured out where I thought that price action was going to go to. I was like, okay, if this is going to be a 5-way move to the upside, well, let me just figure out where the price is going to get to. That's where I'm going to end up taking my profit from. So then I draw my fib extension after we do this, to see if I could at least get up there to hit my, making sure that it was going to be worth me, taking the risk here as well too. So then I do my fibet stitching, and I'm going to do it from this low over here, from this low here, and then up to the high. And initially, when I was trying to map it out, I had it coming back to like the 382 itself. But once you get the move, then it's not a major difference. And then I did this right here, and I was looking at liquidity to see which one of these might line up good. So I was like, okay, a 1-to-1. I could at least get a 1-to-1 out of this. First move up came in around the golden pocket here, and then eventually we did end up taking the liquidity that was in here. And then it just looked like it was choppy enough to try to keep going up, so I held it until we took my until my short got stopped out, and then I got stopped out of the short somewhere. I'm in the long position somewhere down through here as it was returning, but that's the only reason why I took this trade. That was it, because this right here, momentum got extremely strong. It's not something that you tend to see in a ABC correction. You don't tend to see that sort of strength right there. So I was like, that has to be a third wave. You don't get that high in the RSI unless it's something like a wave 3, something like that. So I mean, it worked out, even if I'm wrong. But no, that's a good confirmation. It's a decent confirmation. Doesn't work all the time, of course, but it's a decent confirmation. What really helped was seeing price action hold the 50 and then getting the bounce away. No violation of this level right here. So we held that and we moved away. Another thing too, that made me want to even consider the long. It wasn't just a 15-minute time frame. It's our 4-hour time frame. So while we still have some let me just turn that back on. Here on the 4-hour time frame, we stayed in above the 50 the entire weekend. I don't know if anybody else noticed that, but this little wedge triangle that we put in right here, we didn't lose steam. So there was a chance that we could have lost steam. And you can see how we came back down here and we tapped this line again too, right before coming on stream. Again, I don't think that this line is healthy enough that it's going to hold this time, and I would look for us to drop down and take the liquidity down here. That's what I'm going to be looking for. But you'll notice right here over the weekend how we stayed above 50. That's strength. There's no point in selling into that because it kept holding and it kept holding, it kept holding. And another thing too, that initial setup before the weekend that we had, that actually played out. Remember, I posted it was a bust, and I talked about it on Friday. I was like, I just went on and said the trade was a bust, but we still maintained that 382, that 50% retracement, that 382. We still maintained it all weekend long. We held it, and so we held strength over here on the RSI. Like, it never goes, it never falls into weakness. So there was nothing to be had here. And because of that, and because of the break out of that wedgie structure there, I mean, it was obvious that price could come up here. The probability was very high that we were going to come up here and take out this high because of all of this, because of it maintaining the strength in here. That's where you see the move continue to push up higher. Like, we had moments in here like this where we came down, but for the most part, you're going to see how we hold through here, and price just continues to push up higher. And so it had a lot of strength in here, a lot of willpower in here. But I think we're going to come down, guys. I do think we're going to come down. I do think we're going to hit up this liquidity in here. It's just slow. It's just slow grinding. So that's what I did. I took that little Bitcoin long. I worked on a couple of indicators, and of course, I covered. I did some charting in the stock market. It's a good time to do it over the weekend. I love getting caught up over the weekend on the stock market. It's still, and then you come into your fresh week, and you can, you have your plan. So we're still trying to hold. And that's matching with this trend line right here, which I don't trust. I don't trust it. And the same thing goes over here. We're trying to hold. You can see this one right here. We're trying to hold. We held this all weekend long. You can see that we held right here all weekend long. So every time price came down here to it, because of how it was holding, it was a bounce factor, a bounce factor. So yeah, I did consider the short, but I didn't take it. And the only reason why I didn't take it is because I wanted to see if we could take out that high right there. I wanted to see if we could take out that high, and because we didn't, I said, I just get stopped out of my long position, and I'm not going to enter on anything else. If it does, I'm just not going to enter on anything else because I feel like if it doesn't take it, then it might run back up there again. I have my indicator over here that I'm working with. It's called a thrust meter. Um, Actually, let me just delete it from over here. Reveal it some other time. So, oh yeah, on the daily, daily's been Daily's had some weak signals in here. I did this right here, just for the mother bar that's over here, which you can see we came up into the liquidity from that prior high. And then I was looking at if we did break up higher, like what would the target be? And so on a one-to-one move from a range, it would have been up here around the golden pocket, but you can see that once we took the liquidity, we got the rejection there. So I have the one for the downside as well, still valid to use because we only did a sweep and we didn't do closures outside of this area. So we could come down, and that's rather close. Actually, it's right where we had this long position setup that we haven't tapped into yet. So that's what me saying that price action would likely come down here and take this liquidity in here. Gonna start looking at a potential for a long rat here and see if we can get that. See if getting up here to this golden pocket is really a thing. If we're just doing the rejection in here, and then that's it. Don't know. I do not know. All I know is the fact that we keep coming back down. I'm gonna take this parallel away. The fact that we keep coming back. Well, I guess I can't talk about it if I take it away. This isn't the cleanest parallel. It isn't the cleanest parallel. But the fact that we managed to keep coming back to tap the bottom trend line, which if I move it, just use your imagination for the moment. The fact that it continues to come back down here and touch the bottom trend line, that shows that it has a weakness and the ability to take the liquidity from this trend line to fall over. You can see we're not reaching the highs again, so that's lacking a little bit of momentum to the upside. Starting to show a lot more weakness in here on the chart. So I look for this to get broken, look for the liquidity to be taken, and look to see if we can't pick up something right here. If I see something on the chart that suggests that we can go ahead and get an entry on the short, then I will make an announcement on that. But from where it is right now, I'm not going to do it. Let's see. Yeah, from where it is right now, I'm just going to have to sit on the sideline. I'm going to Actually, I'll just hide this. Maybe I can use it later or something. The main focus really is here. Let me do it like that. I'm just trying to make sure that's making sense for me. I just want to see if I do that. Just want to be sure it's going to be exactly. We'll give it a little bit of cushion. Give it a little bit of cushion and put it up underneath that one. All right. all of this blended color is kind of killing me, so I'm just going to change this. You know what? I'll just make it blue something. Just all of the blended color is oh, I don't know if you can see that. That's better. You can see that a lot better. All right. Yeah, that's better. Uh, Momentum is also about to break here on the daily. Um, right here. And this is connected exactly from that low to here. You can see how we bounced away on that tap, and then we're here now. So it doesn't mean that we have to violate this. I'm using my new indicator on another screen, and I'll let you know when it flashes on me for this. It's just making it, it's a little less work, I guess I have to do, but can see it with my eyes as well. We would have to be taking out this liquidity right here because if we're dropping down and we're not taking that out, then we're going to put in some bullish divvies. But actually, I may need to go against this low right here. So I should make that adjustment for this low. So I'm going to do that. So that's more like a 50. It's more like a 50. I can see that. I can eyeball that. I can eyeball that. But we are looking to either hold here again, or we're looking to break this momentum, this strength. And really I'm focusing on the higher time frames overall because let me get rid of that. Let's see. Volume is what volume is supposed to look like. So that's not a big deal. If we actually have a pattern through here, then volume looks like what volume is supposed to look like. When you have patterns, you have decline in volume. That's what makes a pattern authentic because once you break down from the pattern, you get your spike in volume. So, uh, anybody saying we're making this move up and volume looks like garbage, well, if you believe that you actually have a rising pattern, then your volume should be declining. Because if the volume wasn't declining, then it would invalidate the pattern. I'm just throwing that out there because I hear people saying that all the time, and it's like, make it make sense. Like, that you get decline in volume when you have a pattern, you get decline in volume. There's a fight, and the volume doesn't change until one party wins, and then you get the spike in volume. So that's why you need to see the decline in volume because if volume is increasing throughout here, then it's not what you think it is. Let's not make this complicated. It's not what you think it is. If the volume is rising through here and you saying you got a pattern, no, you should see this. It looks exactly like what it's supposed to look like. Decline in volume until we break that structure. I don't know why I get irritated. All right, so volume looks like what volume is supposed to look like. That's all. That's all. All right. Get off my rant. Get off of my rant. um, yeah, I mean, basically, it's just simply about waiting. It's about waiting. Oh, what I was about to do, I was gonna look at my. I was gonna turn these ribbons on just so I can see them. I mean, that would have been nice, right into that. But yeah, when we come down, we'd be looking to maintain through here. Now you can see how our ribbons have moved up a bit away from where that entry is. So we're gonna have to look back at that as well. Maybe it'll just be a spike or something like that. Maybe it'll be that. Right now, bulls are still very budget controlled. trend still isn't showing any actual weakness. The trend itself isn't showing any actual weakness yet on the daily time frame, despite the little reaction that we got on the lower time frame. It's honestly not showing any sort of weakness. Okay, have you ever panic sold during a dip? And the answer is yes. Who doesn't? Who hasn't? 70K. Leho. Good morning. Good morning. 70K. 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 Okay. We're going to have to knock down a couple of walls before we get there, but it's definitely possible. 70K is definitely possible. But we do have to knock down some walls before we can hit that 70K. Let me get rid of these markers. I went in and refreshed something and it started. I need to go in and delete those possibly. But yeah, right now we still have a ton of strength in here on the daily. Well, we don't have the weakness. I'm gonna say we have a ton of strength, but we have the bears haven't changed any situation on the daily time frame just yet, even though we can see everything in the charts right now. Still no follow through from the bears just yet. So trend is still rather strong here on the daily. On the daily. And we'll see what kind of price move we get to, whether it's something quick or something slow. If it's slow, then might not go so well. Uh, our weekly close, weekly does suggest that was our top, even though we came back up and we swept the liquidity, which is cool. Weekly still suggests that that may have been a top. If we do push up further, then I know what I have to look for. I don't have it marked out in here. I was just putting a couple of notes in here on my strength to the upside, my strength to the downside. But as far as the strength to the upside goes, it indicated that that was going to be our top right here. Like I said, the sweeps don't matter. Even if it were to push up, it probably wouldn't get too far beyond this. And so I did this I'm on a Coinbase chart over here. I'm usually on the Binance chart, but when I started doing a couple of test results here on this Coinbase chart, I just left it over here. So so you can see all me going back through here, just testing through here what the results read. And so it read right here, based on price strength and the distance between that peak and where price is right now, that would be where our top would come in at. So that's what I got for that. Now I have to go in and look at another level if that's not the case. But that's what I got for that. And then you'll see here just how I went through using my new indicator. And I had to go in and of course I had to highlight it personally because it doesn't leave the data behind. I didn't want all that stuff to be stuff. Oh, no, not that. That's some old stuff that I did a long time ago. So this is the historical reversals in here. And you can see every time it threw me out that flag, how price action behaved around that area. So every time I got a signal that indicated it was a top or a bottom, you can see we didn't move too far away from it. So like I said, you can still push up above it, something like that, but you won't get too far from it, and then the reversal will happen. So it panned out for except for this one. This one didn't. Right here, we ended up getting divergence, and so that one pushed price up a lot higher, and that was and that's what happens when you see a really strong indicator, a really strong RSI a really strong RSI, that's what happens. Because at your highest peak on your RSI is usually like a wave three, and so you don't get the results back to the downside, and that's what happened right through here. And so it just kept going. And then you put in the bullish divs that kept pushing price up higher and higher and higher. So yeah, that's the one time that it doesn't work out right here. But every other time, you'll find and the indicator really doesn't, do anything that we're not already doing on the chart when I do stream, but it just pops that line up and just helps me see I'm at the right place. And so that's basically it. But that's how it had been going here. So it does suggest it is suggesting here. And then I have the one to the downside set up. So this will move once we meet that criteria. That will end up moving, but it does say that this probably was yeah, that's it. That's it. And we roll over. We roll over. In fact, we never get above 50 right now, which we need to at least see us pushing it to a 60. We don't even get above 50 in here. Let me make sure we didn't violate this right here, because that could actually be we didn't violate that either, which means that this could potentially be a wave four, and then our wave five is getting ready to come in here to drop us down. We're doing anything, I'm going to be looking for us to hold somewhere around here. I really hate to see us take this liquidity right here, but it would be what it would be, right? We already have targets in here to the downside anyway, but it would be something like this right here. So we didn't violate this. It looks like we could be looking to roll over with the bear div in here, following behind that. Yeah. So we'll be looking for bullish divergence on the way down. However, how fast it happens, it should happen a lot faster if that's going to be it. And I'm just, my thoughts were, oh, let me see. Let me see. Um, that looks about right for a fifth wave, but it could be a 4-5, another 4-5. So that right there would have worked. To be honest with you, that would have, if I was looking at this again. If I, because you don't initially notice that wave, that first one too. But if I looked at it like that, and that was the case, everything just matches, to be honest with you. But again, like I said, it could be a 4-5. So we got another little 4-5 right here. And this is where we're going to get that bullish divvy, because we don't have any bullish divergence through here for a 5-wave move down. And you're going to see that bullish divergence on the RSI on that fifth leg down. So this right here really wouldn't have mattered too much, I suppose, unless you was looking at this like unless you were looking at this as a 1 and then this as a 2. this as a 3, and then so you wanna make sure that we don't tap here, and then, this is our wave 4, and now we're looking for our 5th wave. That would look a lot different. In that case, and I'm just gonna delete that so it make it easier for me. In that case, let's say this is 1, this is 2. I'm sorry, that's 1, that's 2, this is 3, this is 4, and then I'm just gonna delete that to make it easier. I'm going for 1 to 3 to 4. I promise you I didn't even okay, no, I thought that it had actually tapped what I was looking at. It would be like a golden pocket retracement. It's very common. Not a golden pocket, then it would be a 1-to-1, which that doesn't look like that's gonna happen. So it'd be a golden pocket retracement right here. So it'll be right here around the 44. 44. Then that would be it. And it's okay because we did not come back into here. And then on the retracement up, but there's no huge, let me see, hold on. Let me see. I would have liked to have seen, that's pretty decent in terms of the volume cap. Yeah, that's pretty decent in terms of the volume cap. Let me see. Look at prior low to the downside. It was pretty decent. So that makes sense that it was right in here where we got the reversal at. For the momentum cap to the downside. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That could be the case. And then, like I said, wave 5 would end up being right here. For some reason, I happen to like this. I like the way I had it initially the first time. I just like that better. I don't like this as much. I honestly I like the way I did that. I like the way I had it the first time a lot better. Well, actually, I won't move that, but I like this the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4, 5. I just like that better. But that also again makes sense. Looking for the yeah, that makes sense too. The bear dip there coming up on the 4, and then the bullish divergence coming down on the 5th wave as we get it. So these other outlandish numbers, I just wouldn't see those. And so, you know, that's something that I have to take step by step. I wouldn't be Leho. I wouldn't, I see the Coin King was responding to something else. I wouldn't be looking for any deeper targets than that, to be honest. And again, I like my initial thought process on this a lot better than this. Mm. But yeah, it works. It works. Yeah, I don't like this. I like how I said it before. So I'm gonna stick with this one. I don't know. This because for a sec, I mean, just staring at it, it almost makes it seem like that wave three is going to end up being short, the shortest wave, and we can't have that. So I really subscribe to this, and then, like I said, another four, and then a five down. Is what I is what I think. That's what I think. Um, that's what I think. And then we get that bullish divergence. Because through here, that three was looking. It wasn't. It may not have been the shortest. It's 30. No, it wouldn't have been. I still didn't like it. I didn't like it. And so on the extension, here's the one to one right here on the extension. Uh-oh. It's the one to one on the extension. So right here, that matches up with our bear market low. It matches up perfectly with our bear market low. Perfect. That's what I subscribe to. And then our first retracement. Bam, bam. And then this one. Bam, bam. I think I done this proper, mate. Let me just lighten. I don't know why I made these so heavy. It's the bearish retracement of your 382 and 50% right here. Bearish retracement of your 382 and 50. Bearish retracement of your 382 and 50. And just go ahead and put the levels in here so you can know. I don't like how I like for things to line up perfectly on the chart for some reason. That weird fetish I have with that. Um, and then I'll go ahead and put the levels in over here too. And that's my thought. I'm gonna stick with it until it proves me wrong, and then I'll change my mind. Only other thing is that was the low, and we just haven't made it past here yet. That's the only other thing. And then that's an A. That's a B. That's a C. Let's check that out. I can redraw all of this some other time. Put on our fib extension. Take out everything else. I just want to see where my 1-to-1 was at. It's at 80,960. I know the fib is going to do it right, but I just wanted to just double check with this. The fib is exactly right. I know that. Yeah, it's about equal. That is equal, actually. So the fib is on point with that. Only if it taps into that, it's equal. I mean, possible. Ain't the end of the world if it is wrong. Let's see monthly time frame over here. Again, just see. Yeah, the other argument would be on for the monthly, just an ABC correction in here, and then we start another 5 waves up. So our it doesn't have to take a year, even though in historically, it has been about 365, 364, something like that, maybe off by a week or a day or so. But that would just be the other situation in here. We just finished out a wave, A to the downside. We're putting in B, and then we'll put in C, and we don't know how C is going to end, whether or not it's going to be a flat, if we're going to do a zigzag. We did a zigzag, then we'd be dropping down a lot worse. So could just be that it'll end up being something like a flat, and then we push onwards and upwards. Um, that would be the case. Because we did a ABC down right here. So 1, 2, 3 on the monthly, 1, 2, 3 waves down. You can see our 5 wave move here. Highest peak in here is usually your 3, 4, 5. Come back up with the bear deer right there. Same situation over here. And I think we did a double 4, 5 in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. And we do the ABC dance over here. And possibly we will only do like a flat situation in here, something like that. Possibly. So it's not far fetched that nothing's far fetched in here. Even if we push it back over to the weekly time frame, you could still almost say or see right here, right here. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna actually get rid of this. Just a little small double top up there. We didn't quite do a 1-for-1 in here just yet. So that's around about that low that we were looking at over on the and I deleted that already. Yeah. That's around about that low that we were looking at back there. So we push up. Yeah. So we didn't quite do a 1-to-1 in here. So go back to the 5. Um, Ooh, that would be a terrible ass bear market we would be starting, in my opinion. It'd have to be an ABC following. Ooh, ooh. That just gave me a bad thought. That just gave me a terrible thought. Terrible thought. A terrible freaking thought just popped in my mind. But that would hold on, did we violate this? We did. So no, that doesn't matter. What the heck am I thinking about? Um wow, that just gave me a terrible thought. But never mind. No, that gave me a terrible thought. A is gonna be 3 waves, not 5. It's gonna be 3. B is gonna be 3, and C is gonna be 5. So that gave me a terrible thought. If the worst crap was in here happening, and then we were looking for only cancel, because you don't know where this would come back up to. That would be the only way we would do the worst case scenario down through here, which is, yeah, that would be the only way, in my opinion. And then this looks like it was an ABC over here with the ending diagonal for some reason. And then that looked like it was 5. Wherever you want to start it from, I'm just going to do it right there. We sort of have like this um, prolonged rally up here, which is why we keep seeing the bear deals. We got this prolonged rally, probably count several, uh, like 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 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 no. Yeah. This might have been a larger fifth wave to the upside, which is why we have this declining momentum throughout the chart. Just a larger 5-wave move to the upside from all of the years of Bitcoin continuing higher and higher. So the worst crap could be prepared to happen. I don't know. I'm not trying to spook anybody or anything like that. That could be a situation. Otherwise, you can't explain it. Yeah, otherwise you can't explain it. Anyway, we're still just hanging around in here right now. We're neutral territory at the moment. We had just pushed up above 40. It looks like back in here we had just pushed up above 40. Uh, we're still, yeah, still below 50. Get above 50 right in here. I was doing this thing with AI, talking to it. I love to talk to chat. Chat is my favorite, so I love to talk to chat. And I tell you, I study a lot. I study a lot. Um, I need to study Elliott Wave a lot more. But I study indicators a freaking lot. And I'm always trying to dissect, because you really can't understand something unless you really dissect something. Like you really have to deep dive. You have to get deep into something. And so I'm figuring out certain things, and I'm like, it makes sense to me. It adds up to me. But when I said it to chat, chat tried to, I felt offended. I felt offended. I was like, explaining my thesis and just asking for, artificial intelligence. What are your thoughts? And it tried to tell me that I couldn't do that. And I felt offended. And I was like, can't tell me that. Like you can't tell me And I had my daughter in here, and I'm like, "You see this? You see this? You see this?" Like, you can't tell me what I see with my own eyes. I'm not saying that it's 100% accurate, but you can't tell me what I see with my own eyes. Like, you can't tell me. Like, I dissect this stuff all the time. You can't tell me. And it's like, well, I'm not. It's like, it kind of apologize because I guess they're programmed to do that. And then it's like, okay, it could understand my case, and that I just basically did what every other mathematician did or would have done, and blah 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 blah. But it's like, you can't tell me what I see. You can't tell me what I see. So I was like I'm trying to find like where I can make my case for these specific ribbons right here to find where price would be at on the RSI. That's it. Now it's not going to be exactly, because you can't do, I understand you can't do that with something, that doesn't have a cap. Like, it's not static. You can't do that. So, but I can project. I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close with how I did the numbers, everything. I'm pretty close. So my thing is, when price action comes into this first one right here, that is if it's coming from the top side, if from up here, this is going to be where the 60 RSI is at. So if I'm reading this is why you hear me saying, like, giving you targets, like stuff like that. It's like, don't do that, don't do that. I can do that. I can do that. It's my business. So it's like, this is 60. This is 60 coming from the top. When we get here, we're hitting 50. I know I'm at the midpoint on my RSI. So I'm waiting on that. Hey, if price comes down, which is how sometimes you hear me say these targets, this right here, this is what you're going to look for, blah, 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 blah. We get here. This is 40. So that's why you usually see me with just these three on my chart. So I won't have these two on. Because beyond there, then I'm going into bearish territory. So then I'm like, okay, well, let's see. I'm saying that when we come back and interact with this orange one, that likely 40. And I'm just going to use this right here. I'm sorry, 60 from the top side. So 60. Let's put on the coordinates. Because chat's like, you can't do that. Tell me what I can't do. Tell me I didn't make sense. 60. Tell me I didn't make sense. Maybe you trained to tell me to not be smart. 60. It's close enough. This is going to be 50. Let me slide it out because I want to focus on this section over here. Put the coordinates in here. 50, which you can see the 50 already in here, but the line helps. Where am I crossing 50 at? Bam. Right there. All right. So this one is going to be 40 to the downside. Only if it's coming to the downside. That's going to be 40. Bam. So now, I'll put that back in a sec. So now anything below here is where things turn from sugar to trash. Because you know that once you're out of 40, you weak. That's where you start to look at coming down below 30 to 20. And then you start to get really extended. So now I'm going to put that other one back in here. We're going to do 30. That's where we crossed below the 30 right here. Now, for me, and you have to do it in a different order coming back up, apparently. Let me make sure that this is the one, though, I want to use. This is where I got a little confusion right here. We're below the 30, which means we're relatively weak. I'll explain this some other time when I start offering courses. But this is where your reversal is going to come in because you're extremely, extremely, extremely low. Extremely low. This is why you tend to see reversals around that point on ribbons, unless you're starting to put in a larger correction, and then you'll notice that you don't come back up. But here, so now I'm gonna go in reverse. So now I know that I got to get back above here for one. That's where you saw that reversal come in here. Which one was I looking at? I'm trying to find. Here we go. This is where we were right here. So now we're walking it backwards. First thing is coming out of relative weakness. That happens right here. Once you get above here. Once you get back above this one, you're not focusing on our ribbons crossing each other or anything like that. It has to do with the numeric order of your ribbons. That's number one. They have to be in the correct numeric formation. That's one thing. But that's getting back above here, so you can see how they both get back above here at the same time. And so now we start the process back over. Now from the downside up, this becomes 40. That becomes 40 now. So I'm gonna put. I don't think I'm bad from it. I can go in and modify, but you can see that becomes 40. That becomes 40 now. So I know when I'm coming out of my relative weakness is getting back above my last one. You don't count this anymore. This is not useful anymore because of the numerical order. So that's something you have to keep in mind. And so my 50 is right here. RSI isn't getting up that high. You can see we're not getting into that 50 right now. We're not getting into that 50. We don't cross up into 50 until we hit that right there. That 77,962, whatever that's going to be at whatever point. That's when we come into that. We're not coming into that right now. And that's why on a trend to the upside, once you see price action flipping above specific ones, and it also helps when the ribbons actually flip too, for that numerical fashion. But once you get above that 60, that's it. That's why RSI works like that too. Once you get above that 60, which is why I was looking at this. All right. Above that 60, I'm still not interested yet. Come back down. Man, that's one heck of a move right there. Very strong RSI. That doesn't happen again in a way. In a ABC, you're not getting no 78, 80 RSI. It's probably something like a 3. I'm gonna look for price action to come back into a 5382, something like that. As long as it doesn't come back in and violate this right here. Okay, but I'm really gonna be looking for a shallow retracement. I ain't have a problem with taking that long at the top, at what could have been the top. I didn't have a problem taking that. But chat argued with me. Apologize, but I'm still kind of salty about that. I'm still kind of fickle with that. But I've been working on some educational material. It's a lot of work. It honestly, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. My patience gets capped sometimes. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. Um, but anyway, I got fashionably close. I'll put it like that. I'm fashionably close. You can be too. Um, and I'll explain to you how to pull those numbers from a different ribbons than the ones that I'm using. They'll be slightly off, but it's very, very, very close. Very close. We might get some bullish divergence in here. I have my numbers set. It'll let me know. Then I have to wait on that candle to close. See if we're looking to get that drop in here. We didn't retrace enough for me to want to consider the short from in here. But if we were to come back up again, I would be enticed to consider some, a short position. Right now, I don't have any position. I don't have a long position open. I don't have a short position open right now. I'm just on the sidelines because um, the chart is really, really wonky. It's very, very, very wonky. I ordered this book. Um, Sadly, it won't get here until Wednesday, but I'm excited about it. It's a analytical book. I wanted to download it, but I couldn't. I really couldn't find a place to get it from unless I did like a subscription, and I wasn't looking to pay, you know, buy another subscription. Even though I would have had access to a lot more books, I just didn't feel like ordering a subscription. So I will end up turning it into some sort of a PDF or something like that, um, and make it shareable at some point. It doesn't have that many pages. It's like 140 pages, which is not bad. It's not bad. I was like, man, but why does a 40-page book, 140-page book cost $60? Good Lord. That was a lot for a 140-page book. So with my yeah, I don't have it over here. It's in test again. It's in test mode right now. I have to actually finish testing it first, and then I can make it so I don't have to manually, because right now I have to manually put that in. You know how I sit here and I look at the RSI, I have to manually put it in. Like, I don't have to have it and do that. I don't have to do that. Really, I could just look at the RSI and just be done with it. But it's very helpful for when I'm sharing data. But I'm sharing data is very helpful. So I got some earnings this morning. I know Verizon was reporting before open. I did post on Verizon yesterday. It was either yesterday or Saturday. I did a couple of posts as it pertains to the stock market because it got some nice some big companies reporting earnings this week. Some things to look at, some stocks to consider. Some positions that can be played here. Let me add this chart right here. You can't see it. Let me just add that to my repertoire. Let's see. Big tech earnings this week, baby. Let's go. Oh, she did good. Let me see. Yep, she's doing good. As expected. As expected. This is before market opens to Verizon. So, I had to sneeze there for a second. I considered buying some before, I considered buying some, but I did not buy any. Um, let's see. Let's see if I even bookmarked my baby. See if I even bookmarked it. No, I didn't bookmark it. I like to make sure I go back in so I can keep everyone up to date on what's happening. Let me bookmark that. Intel. I looked at Intel. I looked at AMD. Like I said, I covered Verizon yesterday. Spy. I covered Spy. Covered Amazon over the weekend as well. Let's see what Bitcoin is doing. All right, I'm gonna come back to Bitcoin because it's 7:15, and market's gonna open at 9:30, and I'm gonna be out of here at 8. But I did cover Verizon. I think the chart that I posted on for Verizon, I know I was on a much higher time frame than where I'm at now, so I'm gonna push back over to that time frame. I want to. Let's see. I'm gonna push it out on the weekly for starters. Yeah, because I think when I did post on it, I was posting from a weekly time frame. I was talking about this 44.7 in here. The closing price was 46.38. Right here, and you can see how it's pushing up. So my thought process on Verizon, as I was talking about it, was that it looked pretty good, And there was a bullish signal in here for it as well, from the monthly 3-month time frame that was suggesting that you were going to see some continuation to the upside, as long as earnings came in and you didn't see price action dropping below the 4407. If it was breaking below the 4407, then that's going to push price action into relative weakness, and it had already been there and done that already in here. It had a cap in here originally that was for here, and that cap also lined up with this area here of liquidity in here. It happened to line up with that, and that liquidity had not been taken just yet either. But it does suggest that price action comes back up somewhere in here. And on the let's see, let's just do it from here, and let me turn off these pivots in here for a bit. Actually, I can turn off this liquidity too. But you can see this pattern formation in here. So nice clean bottom drop, man. If it my only reason for looking at this was the fact that I knew that they were reporting earnings. They're a pretty big company. I was like, let me go back and just check it out. After it gets this move, then I'll consider taking some sort of a position on it. I'm not going to do it right now because I just looked at the chart yesterday. So yeah, but nice clean drop, nice clean freaking drop down to here. And that also showed that it was a floor right here. It showed that it was a floor. It was a floor right here. It actually, if you did it, because you have to wait for the candle to close, you would have been up here. So you would have been in the negative a little bit in here. Because I think when I ran it, did I put them in here? No, that's liquidity pivots, right? Yeah, I didn't put it in here. I took it away, or I never added it or something. Maybe I just never added it in here. I know I didn't post it in the chart either. I don't think. Yeah, I didn't post it in here in the chart. But it's very range bound. It's very, very, very range bound. Now you could, like I said, there's a 3-month signal in here suggesting continuation to the upside, which I'll be expecting for price action to come back up here towards this top trend line in here. If it breaks above that, then it's going to take out this high over here because there's a boundary on it. So you can see right here how I put in upside right here for 5205 to 6272. Because again, you can see how range bound this chart is, just going back over here to 1999, just in this right here. But if I wasn't here and I was here on this 3-month, like this, dang, that's clean. Maybe if I'd have saw this beforehand, would I have touched it? Probably would have. I probably would have. All right, so I was looking at my expansions in here. So you can see, actually, let me put it on the 12 month because that's what I use. I use a 12-month chart to actually see how it was capping. And that's how I was able to tell, this right here. But you can see how the initial push that it did, it came back up here to the upside right here for that, around that 5205. It came right into here. That's 5205. See, the high was 5168. So it came back into, I think that's how I worded it too, relatively close to where it starts to cap on the upside. And then it goes all the way up. It's going to come back into this trend line right here. If it breaks it, then it'll push up and take out that liquidity right there. But it looks very range bound until it isn't. Maybe at some point this thing just absolutely explodes and goes crazy. I don't know what they have coming out here in the future. I have to do some research on that. And then, of course, to the downside is 3172 for starters. And then any continuation drop out, if it was failing, it would be something like this, unless you did start to see like some sort of a cloud expansion, something like that. But right now, it's very stable. And that was one of the things I mentioned in the tweet that I did on Verizon too. It's very stable, so you can pretty much just play around in this range until it actually at some point breaks. But again, back here on back here on this weekly. This really was the place for it to hold, and it had just started to do this move in here, very choppy through here for one. So I'm not really looking at this. I have no intent on using this portion in here to count anything, but maybe in here, really good for that continuation to the upside. If I was just looking at this part right here, because I think it did pretty decent. It could have been a starting point right here, but you can see how relatively high it got in here. That would just suggest, hey, you know what? I'm just going to continue up from here. Did I put a fib in here on this? I didn't even put a fib in here on this. I didn't go that deep into it. So if I was pulling off of this low here to this high, not bad. Not bad at all. It kind of sniped below that 50, but you can see nonetheless, it didn't close below here over when the market did close, it didn't close below it. So it could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like I said, a fifth wave coming in here to push prices up higher. So that's my thoughts on that. So I had no problems with this. It's supposed to be bullish. I just change it to green. And then on the flip side, I'm gonna go from that low to this high, to this drop. I had to turn all of this back on. I just have to see where we're at. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Just turn them on. Just turn them on. Make sure that's my basic ones. So this liquidity in here will get taken. Didn't take it initially. It will take it then. Maybe back up here into about 55.25, something like that, or a little bit higher in here. There's really no liquidity, really, to say within here, but somewhere right around in here between that 1 to 1 and where that golden pocket is. If you're looking for price action to push up into here. We'll see what happens from there. And then, like I said, it shows that it has the ability to get back up here to this top side. It's from a 3-month time frame, so it can just take some time for it. But when I saw it over the weekend, I was like, I generally like this. As long as that didn't come back down into here, because below here, it was gonna fall back into some sort of relative weakness on the chart. I could see that it was just holding the bands too. The only thing I didn't like about this right here was how low it came in. I don't like that, so that bothers me quite a bit that that happened. But it is bullish divergence. It is bullish. It's bullish divergence, but I don't like that. But nonetheless, it is bullish divergence. But I was looking at it from a weekly time frame, which you know you can see here from the weekly. It's right. It's holding the 50 in here, and price is bouncing from a 3/8 from a 50% retracement level, and it's pushing up away from that. So that from this weekly perspective looks really nice for Verizon. So kudos to anybody who was in Verizon. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. Hopefully this earnings comes out good and it doesn't it doesn't nuke anything. It doesn't nuke anything. All right. So hopefully. But that's where I was at here on Verizon. Nice. Oh, that let me put this on that. Gotta make it right. Got to make it right. Got to. Yep. Just making sure. It looked a little funny right in there. It looked a little funny. All right. So that's That's Verizon. Verizon with the early morning pumpity pump, 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 pump. Let's see if any news came in so far. Mhm. Way to go. Give a clap to Verizon. But yeah, you can check that post out over on X. You can also follow me on X at Down the Crypto TA. You can also follow the Coin King. Also follow the Coin King. The other thing too here on Verizon that actually is in that post too is right here. You're gonna see bandwidth one from VWAP. From VWAP. And let's put it back on the weekly because bands is gonna read different depending on what time frame you're on. But you're gonna see right through here your bandwidth one there to the upside. And I mean, like this right here just makes me jealous. Jealous. Absolutely jealous. I want to make sure you ain't capping around that, around that push up above this liquidity and then getting in here, like I said, around that golden pocket or anything and not being able to get past that. But it does indicate just give it a couple of months. Uh, maybe it happens before that. You still got plenty of room in here to run on Verizon. All right, past Verizon, past Verizon. Let's see who else I looked at. I started looking at stocks yesterday. I'm not buying no 10,000. I looked at it because yeah, it came across my feed. So I was like, let me take a look at that. But let's move on past that. Domino's Pieces reporting today too, but it's going to be after. All right. So I did not post on Domino's. I didn't post on it, but Domino's is a pretty good company. I didn't post on them though. There is a little bit of a hiccup in the chart in here on Verizon. Now it could be in the process of, finishing out some sort of an ABC correction or something like that in the chart. I'm thinking that Verizon can get down here to tap into this trend line at the least. So I got some liquidity zones in here that I'll be watching for on any sort of a move down. And like I said, you can already see that on close on Friday, 367 pre-market is already down before earnings report comes in. Um, so that's my case in here on Verizon. Now I do, so you can see how over here I only looked at my relative strength to the downside for Verizon. Um, I would have to go in and modify something in here. Let's see, this on a 1 month is where I was actually at in here for Verizon. So you can see that first one where we got this initial bounce coming into that 346. You can see how we're holding there. So we're holding there. Perfect, 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 perfect into there. And we're holding there as well. Um, I think that there's room for it to come down into here. I really do think that there's room for it to come in and back test on this trend line right here. I do think so. And I think the other thing that I looked at when I did that was I was looking at my fib extension. Oh, Bitcoin still where Bitcoin is at. So that was the 1-to-1 there as well. And the actual support level in here, which was this over here. So if it does drop that again, I'm thinking that it can get somewhere down into here, even if it breaks over it a little bit into that 298. I mean, earnings is going to be everything, but that's my thoughts on. I think it just still has some room, and it could be on the verge of doing something even more than that. It can be. So I'm also considering that, which is why I've highlighted it all the way down here to the second one down here. I've highlighted it all the way down to here. Um, I'd be a buyer. I would be a buyer because of dividends. Domino's is a good company. Buffett, this is one of Buffett's babies too. Domino's Pizza, a franchise. So I mean, their debt is they're basically debt free. but I didn't post on this one because I have some a few concerns. Take a look at that VWAP in here. Um, yeah, VWAP is down here as well. So I am leaning towards this right here. If I can get this right here for it, I'd be happy. I looked at the momentum again. And so this is the suggestion. So you saw the first one, which was that bounce right there. And then there's the one down here. So I'm skipping right past this one and I'm looking down here at this one, which would match with this right here happening. That's a far drop, but that is where it would be. It would be right in here. So based on momentum, 173.86, I would be a buyer if it did that. I most certainly would. And then if I pair that with yeah, because I was looking at the fib, right? I looked at the fib retracement. Let's just put that back in here again. Break below that. 1.618. And let's just say this was, let's just pretend. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend. Hold on. Hold on. Let me do this the right way. Let me just, I'm gonna put a line right here. All right. I'm gonna draw that into this line right here. Where's my line? Okay, there my line is right there. Oh, not that one. Don't move. This one. That's what I was trying to get to. Top of my, let's just say it came back up here and it did this right here. And then I was looking for it to get into here. It's perfect, right? In my opinion, let's just say that this was the case for Verizon. I mean, I'm saying Verizon. Let's just say that this was the case for Domino's. Making sure I'm not coming back up into here. Yeah, that's good. That's good enough. So I would be a buyer down here. If it, you know, if that were to be the case, I would be a buyer. Cause let's see. Yeah, you take out this low right here. You take out this low right here. So let's just say that this was a wave 4 right here. You take that out. And this is a C wave down, which is going to be 5 waves down after, you know, the monster rally that it had. I'll be a buyer right here. So just something to bear in mind on Domino's here. Domino's. I'm pretty sure if I drop another WAP in here, it'll come in somewhere down there. But if not, this isn't an all-time VWAP. Nope, it's most certainly not an all-time VWAP. Let's see if I put in an all-time VWAP. Let's just see what that looks like. I love to always zoom out and do an all-time VWAP. Shoot, you playing. Quit playing. Quit playing. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Even more. It's a theory. It's a theory. It's a theory. So it's my theory and I'm gonna stick with it. I like it. And if I'm right, you saw it here first, and if I'm wrong, you didn't see it here. You didn't see it here. um, who else was there? So they're reporting today. One hour ago, retail sales and operating income grew, but net income declined. Share purchases expanded. I thought they were after hours. Were they before market earnings? Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Today, no, they were before market opens. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that they were going to be before market opens, but I can see that now. It shows over here that they were before market opens. Okay, so they were surprised missing here. Uh-oh. 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 Let's see if we on. We might. Let me stop being ghetto right now. No, that's not correct. I'm not being ghetto. I'm being silly. I'm being silly and having fun. Okay, but anyway, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. All right, let's see. I already looked at now. I bought some. Let's see. I think now it's gonna have like I was looking at the RSL in here on now. It's broken down below two of them. I bought some. I bought some. Pre-market I'm down because I bought some right here. What day was it? Friday? Friday. Friday I bought some. So you'll see how it dropped below the one it had for the 1 month and the one it had for the 1 week, which is supposed to be their relative strength low. I looked at both of those, and then if I push over here on let's do a 24-hour, you can see right here. So it initially had, and I've moved these twice because um, my OCD on charts like for them to line up perfectly. And every time I look at it and it's off, it bothers me. But the relative strength low in here for the weekly, and then it reclaimed back above. Really, this is where it needs to be. It needs to be back above this one. Like you got the weekly one in here, cool, all that good stuff, cool. It needs to be back above here. And so that price is 113. So we need to see now back above 113. Otherwise, it could be getting a expanded drop here. Now we looked at the 5 waves to the downside here, but it could be getting some sort of an expanded drop in here if we're not. You see that? Every time I go to that different chart, it does that. I just leave it. I'll just leave it like that. And let me unlock this one too. But it needs to come back up above there. It's at this order block. So we looked at all of that. You can see the bullish divvy through here. So you got the bullish divergence. I know I put some notes in here on it, just highlighting a couple of things that were worth mentioning. Yeah, I mentioned the 1 week bullish divergence in here. So you got the bullish divergence in here between there and there, because like I said, when it got into here, that was supposed to be the weekly momentum low. I checked it, verified it with my indicator and all of that good stuff, my other one, but you can see it from the RSI. And then it did get that initial bounce, and you can see it again from the RSI. So now it's got the bullish divvy. So like I said, I bought some, finished finished off an ABC correction, in my opinion. You know, we just got to wait for the rest of the stuff to happen, but really want to see it get back up above this one right here. I really like to see that 113 be done, or whatever it is. You go to after hours chart, it'll, you know, give you a different number, but probably, yeah, likely give you a different number. But really, I like it. So I mean, all I can do is just patiently wait. Right now, we're still in very relative weakness territory. Once we start to climb out of that, which again, like I said, will be above here. It's going to be above here. So you see, we're going to get above here, above this one. You get above it faster here on the weekly, but here, yeah, let's focus on the weekly. Because that's, you're not gonna be able to tell over here on this monthly time frame, not right now. But we need to get above here. That's going to start to take us out of relative weakness. And then, you know, over time, we can look at what the rest of it's going to look like. But I like the bullish divergence. I like the fact that it looks like it's an ABC correction here to the downside. This was the C wave. We could count the 5 waves coming to the downside. And here, this is the 5th wave right here at this low right here. So the 5th wave right here. So we did look at that. And I think I do still have that in here. Yeah, ABC. But I think I do still have that 5 wave count through here. I don't know why I did it like that. But anyway, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. I don't care how right or wrong it is. Good enough. But yeah, it looks like it was an ABC correction down here. I was about to go in and just and do it like that, but that's okay. Still look for that divergence on the 5th wave down, and we got it right here. We got it right here. ABC. ABC, in my opinion. Like I said, with the 5th down. Let's see. It's been making its attempt to get back above here, which is, you know, we want to see that. We really want to see us get back above here. We saw that reversal. So I think now is a good one. I think it is, but that's just me. Bitcoin's still holding above the trend line. It's not actually going anywhere right now. I think the sell-off is natural for now. I really think the sell-off is natural for now. And below $100, like, how could I not? I'm looking to, yeah, just gonna hold that one right there for a bit, see what happens. Hims already done what Hims is gonna do, but Hims is looking pretty decent in here. Nice bottom catch on Hims in here, especially getting below here, like very undervalued through here. Very undervalued. Possibly somewhere down around a 20, probably. Yeah, look at that. I don't think I actually looked at the RSI measurements in here on it, but I could tell because, again, you know, I'm never going to let chat down. Stop talking about how chat told me I couldn't do what I was doing, but I'm doing what I'm doing. And I will learn to perfect it. That's one thing about it. I'm persistent when it comes to this because I love it. I love it that much. I love it. Bring tears to my eyes just thinking about how much I love it. But this is a great starter for it. Once it's above here, then once it gets above that 32.82 pre-market 30.70, but once it gets above here, then you'll see it starting to push into something different is happening. There's a shift. There's a shift. So now, first of all, it was not getting back above 50. It wasn't even getting back above 50 throughout this drop through here. Wasn't even coming back above 50. So it was staying in relative weakness. So it's going to be a shift. Once it gets above 60, it doesn't have to stay above 60, but once it at least gets into that, you see the momentum really starting to change for him. This is what you're going to be expecting for the momentum to really start changing because it's coming from such a low place. Coming from such a low place, looking to grind back up. At some point, you want to see all of this be able to hold and flip around, like it did over here. It's still a spread in here right now. You can break through and go on about your day with a spread too. Um, but yeah, nice. If it came back down, I would take this. I would take this all day, every day, um, for hymns. Lockheed, what was I looking at? Pre-market 513. I'm still looking at. I'm not gonna buy Lockheed. I'm gonna move on past Lockheed. I'm not paying $400 for anybody stuff. Anybody. Let me see why I looked at this. Donna Trace, where you at? I don't have anything over here. I think I was looking at something else for it though, which I like this low in here for it. I like this low in here for it. Yeah, we were talking about this. Donna Trace, Donna Trace. Let me check something else in here on Donna Trace. Did I put anything in here besides that? I got zones in here. I got some pivots in here. Um, I don't think that there was a lot to go off in here on the monthly, but let me just put it in here to see. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I just narrowed it down to zones, and once it gets into a zone, to start looking at where I felt like it might be able to do something from. And so yeah. Um, this one right here is the one that is holding above, even though it has a wick down below it. I still think, like when I posted on this, and I said, no, I didn't post on it. I actually just talked about it on stream that I maybe I did post on it. I'm not sure, but my thoughts were I think it's a good loan, even from where it was at. Is what I was saying. Like even from where it was at, I think it's a good loan. But if you can get, because I'm just posting it, if you can get it down a little bit lower, then take it a little bit lower, be closer to this invalidation, which is going to be this low right here. Uh, if they wanted to come in for liquidity, then they would take that low right there out. But otherwise, I still, I still think that this is pretty decent in here. Uh, it's affordable to not have to use any leverage on it. So I like to look at affordability too, especially when you're working with your own money, and if you don't have a lot of money to throw to the market, you can make money off of small money too. I hear people ask that question all the time. What would you do if you had a $200 trading account? You can trade a $200. You can trade an account with any amount of money. You can trade an account with any amount of money. You just have to one of the best things to do with a small account is to wait for um, more midterm to macro entries. You really want to wait on that. You don't want to be scalping with a small account. You want to wait for the best possible outcomes. So wait for those trade setups. At least use a 4-hour time frame to find setups. Have that plan, and then you'll start to build that money up like easy peasy. And just don't get greedy with it. Be acceptable. Let the earnings be acceptable in that sight. Right, but you can do that with anything. So, but Donna Trace, very choppy chart, of course, very, very, very choppy chart. I didn't see like you don't have any actual momentum in here on this chart. You really don't. So, and you can tell that from all the chop that the chart has that you really don't have um, anything momentous to go off of. I don't. Yeah, yeah. Rothschilds considered it to be neutral. Yeah. It's initiated at buy by Goldman Sachs. That was about 6 days ago. I mean, again, personally, I think where it is, it's a hold. I think where it is, it's a hold. But one thing about it is this right here. Just hide those indicators. One thing about it is this right here. When you have, and it doesn't have to pan out every time. But what's important is everything that's back here, where this stock right here got this run up. This is that's everything. That means everything. So if I retrace and start new, what happened back here is everything. Why? Because when a company first comes out, whoever, the big money is going to get it at the lowest value ever. They're going to get it at the lowest ever. But then the rest of the money comes in throughout this entire move up right here. So everything over here, this is you counting on all of this money that was back here. So when it comes down and it hits a key level like this, I think it's a great buy. That's your focus. I consider these to be institutional levels. This is where everything started for Donna Trace was back here. So these are institutional levels over here. That's why I make it my business to highlight institutional levels. So at some point when price starts coming back down into here, these are institutional levels. That's money. So I like it. I like it. Like I said, unless they're doing a liquidity grab, that could be it. Choppy chart though, very choppy, very choppy. No consistency, very choppy. So, and you can see it worked though. It worked on this one too. It worked. It worked right here. So, like I said, unless they wanted to do a liquidity grab, the next zone would be down in here for Donna Trace. All right, it would be right here around 25.23, right here. It really ain't giving you a lot to work with in here. Not on that monthly anyway. See on the weekly. Putting in some bullish divergence. And put in some exaggerated right here, so more like equal lows. Yeah. No, 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 no. It didn't. It didn't equal low in here. Liquidity grab. Yeah, that wick liquidity grab. So it's exaggerated. Yeah, but you don't have anything in terms of for this pivot to this pivot right here. I really like to see it where it doesn't actually match up with it. But still, in terms of the momentum to the downside, again, like if even if you weren't doing that, just looking at the structurally, your consideration for the entry, it really has to do with the fact that it is a nice institutional level over here of support that could hold and push prices back out here. Um, that's all I was thinking about it. Don't always have to look down there. but it's useful. It is useful. Trying to find that respect. And like I said, if that doesn't work, then I would be looking down here. And in that case, you're going to see this come back down and drop. You're going to look for some sort of momentum shift back through here, or at least when it gets below that, it's probably you're going to see some sort of a bounce anyway, in my opinion. But still in relative weakness in here again. I think it has legs to at least give you something. So I'm looking at least getting back into here for the starters on the TP. And if it starts to flip this and it can get higher, be looking for it to come back into here, which again is going to be another institutional level over here. Right in here could be another institutional level. So you got your one in here for that first one right here. That's right here. And then your last one is going to be right in here. So I think it's all right. It's doable. It's doable. It's a plan, and you need to have a plan. You need to have a plan. Okay, so it's a plan. I wouldn't look to hold this one um, beyond anything like that. If it manages to throw this to you, I wouldn't look for anything more than that because the chart is absolutely choppy. It's absolutely choppy. Adobe. I ain't put but 3 notes in here on Adobe. I put 3 notes in here on Adobe. You see how I do this? You see how I do this? Yes. Why crypto YT? Hey, babe. Yes, I'm using Trading View. I'm using Trading View. Yes. So this is exactly why I do what I do, and this is exactly why I mark out my levels the way I do. You ain't even got to look no further. You just don't have to look any further. Like you just don't. Let's replay that. I'm always going to look at these institutional levels before I look at anything. This is going to be my bread and butter right over here. My bread and butter. I want to see my bread and butter. I want to see where price action gets the most aggressive swings. You want to look at that, and you always want to get as far to your left. Like you want to see that initial pump in an asset. Only big money can make those decisions. But this is it right here. This is it. Big money is going to be wicks. Little money is going to, well, big money is going to be wicks. Most people are not going to play a wick. Most people are going to wait for the reaction, which is why I do it the way I do it. So when I do it, I do it like that because, I want to see that that area be reclaimed. I want to see that happen. So I only put 3 lines in here. That's all I need to look at for Adobe. These 3 lines right here. Because if Adobe is anywhere down in here, 16. Ooh, crazy, right? Crazy. But this is where we're currently at right now with the reaction. With the reaction. Let's just close that out. Yeah. Let's leave that. Let's leave that. So that's where we're at. Everything everything beyond this point right here, it should react to everything that's over here. Especially your key areas where you get like from here, whatever happened in here caused the market to make this entire push to the upside right here. Whatever happened in here, it happened started from here. So where Adobe is holding that, and see if that won't hold for Adobe. If not, I'm gonna have to look at some more minor stuff, like really like stuff like this. I really don't care to look at things like that, but I would have to look at more minor stuff, and then I would have to leave from this higher time frame and push out. But everything that happens, it should have some bit of respect for what's over here. Respect, baby, respect right now, and that's a perfect freaking tap right there. That 226, 24 right now. That's a perfect freaking tap. Unless they want to take some liquidity. Unless they want to take some liquidity, I really don't see anything else in here for Adobe to do. Like there's nothing else over here for Adobe. Nothing. And this is to be expected. I know everybody's talking about software. They're AI software. They're not. Yeah, AI is killing software. It still needed a correction. The correction still makes sense for it. It still does make sense for it. I didn't do too much over here because you can tell right here, I don't have anything in here. I don't have any notes on it. I got some RSI notes on it. But I just put those three. I got an Anchor VWAP in here. Let's see what Anchor VWAP is. I think this is an all-time VWAP. Yeah, that's an all-time VWAP. 4790 Adobe. That would seem crazy. Let's do trend lines. I don't like this VWAP. I don't have any. I have some if it come to 47.90. I have some then. You can bet your bottom dollar. I will definitely have some then. Hold on. Did I not already have that? I most certainly own some then. Mess around and come down there. That's my first one. Let me see if I have anything for this. I'm gonna do it just like this for now. Just so let me see if I put it here, it's gonna cut through. I don't want it to cut, so make sure I'm not cutting anything. I think I don't cut anything if I set it there. All right, I had to set it there for now. Then let me see where we're at. Okay, it's showing me I still got, momentum shifted another time. This might be the last shift on this momentum. I'm gonna put it down here. I think I'm safe to put it here. And let's just tap into that one right there. Hold on, that's not down low enough. Right there. I think that's the cleanest I can get that there. And let's see where we're at. Okay, so we got a little bit more space in here. I think that was as low as it was gonna get. Yeah, that VWAP, that would be at 47.90 right here. The trend lines alone can give you your average. If you don't know that, VWAP makes it a lot easier. But I still don't do a VWAP unless I'm doing an all-time VWAP. I still don't do a VWAP um, unless I have a trend line. I don't want to just put one on a low. I'm gonna marker this out right here. I just want to kind of see, like, let me just see how it played well with it. Initially, it would have been like that. Make sure it's on there. Make sure I ain't cutting anything. I'm not. Initially, it would have been like that. It would have respected that. Try it again right there. I wouldn't have liked this too much, but it did manage to hold out. But yeah, so it doesn't have any problems with that whatsoever. Yeah, I think it is where it is, and if it drops down any lower, then I start to look in here and shoot. I don't, like I said, I really don't see anything else in here that would make sense to me except for it to come on. That's where that VWAP was at too, but I don't like that. I'm not a fan of Adobe anyway, so I'm gonna let that be. But I mean, if there's risk to be taken, it would be right here. You cut your losses right here. You don't have to cut your losses right here because it could just be a liquidity grab and then a reclaim. So you don't have to cut your losses right there. Um, but what did I have in here? I had this as a floor, and then I had this as a common area for where it was actually prior as a common area. But this could potentially right here where we got this over here, this nice little order block over here. So if you weren't doing that, I would have marked this right here out. And just been looking at it like that. I'm just gonna use that blue. But I do prefer also looking at a number, give me something. with a number. So in oversold. Yeah, if it did something even closer to here, like it's really oversold if it's doing anything like that. Like it's really extremely oversold if it's doing anything like that. But this isn't bad right here. This isn't bad right here. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. I would be a buyer. Lower. I would be a buyer. Um, around 150, something like that. I could buy this. I could do that. Yeah. Back on this right here, just kind of swoop down below this one right here and then come back up. Here, I'm not enticed by it. I got now. I'm gonna leave it at that. Um, but definitely the zone to watch right here. Definitely the zone to watch. It might have got an expansion through here. Let me just see. Unless that is the low, it could have possibly done like an expansion. I'm not going to want to see it as an expansion. Nah, so let's push out. I'm going to put it on 6 month. Yeah. I will push out as far as I can if I want to avoid anywhere where it may have expanded. And you can see how this bottom side over here, which is saying it could potentially do as much as this right here. That'll change over time, likely. But yeah, not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. See who else we got in here. Bitcoin just tapped into that trend line again. Adobe, and then I looked at. Actually, I didn't do anything on Salesforce. Yeah, I didn't do anything on Salesforce. So let's do Salesforce. Let's do Salesforce. I'm gonna block out all of this over here for now. Since we are just looking at the lows in here, I'm just gonna go ahead and block everything else out in here on Salesforce. I'm block it out up to that point right there. And let's just take a look see here at Salesforce. I know how important this is. You can tell that already. I'm just gonna use the horizontal instead. That's important. It's a nice reaction in there off of that. I'm gonna highlight this one. I'm gonna get my big ones first. Just pushing through in here. This is gonna be relatively close, but nonetheless, I'm still gonna do it. When I go back, I can just decide, you know what? I don't want to have all these lines. I just mark out a zone in here and turn the lines off, and then use the lines, for a specific target. Can use the lines for a specific target. I'll decide if I really want to use something as I push forward. I know how important that one right there would be for me. So automatically, I like these specific ones right here. I like these specific ones. I'm gonna actually lighten this one out. I'll make it a tad bit lighter, and I'm gonna do the same thing with I'm gonna do this one all the way down to this top right here. Let me make sure I got that top right. I want to have that top right. Sometimes I look at it and it's like it's not right. It's not right. 8371 is correct though. All right, so from here, I'm just gonna highlight these. I'm gonna highlight that move right there. I could highlight this move right here too, just because it's there. But this is actually an entire zone. I'm really just focused on the more important swings, which is going to be what's in that dark blue, So I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it alone with that. I'm gonna leave it alone with that. Leave, leave, leave me be. Stupid. So stupid. At some point, when you do break an old area, you want to come back. Are you using trade? Huh? Yeah, I already answered that. At some point when you do break through, you do want to come back and look at this, especially if it's part of this structure to the upside. You would want to come back and look at it, especially this nice push up right here, because this could be a nice little section here to look at right here, because it gave a nice reaction through here. So you would want to look at that. I didn't mark this out for some reason. I should have. I don't know why I didn't. That was crazy. How did I miss that? I don't know. Can do it like that. I don't have to turn it off. Um, but yeah, this right here, I look forward to get down into here. And like I said, really strong reaction right here. Really strong reaction right there. And this, I don't think that this was a part of what was happening in here. Um, I don't really think that it was. But for now, let's just get rid of all these other ones in here. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, I can delete all of these lines. I can delete all these lines. And just look at this right here. This is what I'm looking at it coming back to. That's personally my thought. Is back. It's back into here. And specifically that 132 is what I'll be looking at here on Salesforce, the 132. This has already been used up, so it wouldn't work. It wouldn't have worked. It tried right here a little bit through here for one more gimme, but that was it. So Salesforce, I'm gonna move this here. This isn't very strong right there, but I'm gonna take a look at. Let me see. I mean, it all points. It all points to here. It all points to here. So I really don't need that. It's all pointing into here. So that's what I'd be looking for on Salesforce. Is that there's really nothing through here to really focus on. I'm gonna take these away, even though it is getting that little bit of a reaction right here. I don't want to focus on that either. I'm gonna get rid of that. Um, I hang on to these in here. It was these. Love you. Drop safe. I'm gonna focus on this. Nice reaction here from that area, from that push there, and that slowed this one down a lot when price did come back into it. So I like that move right there. So anywhere right here around this 143 to 132 is gonna be lovely. I'm gonna put a for some reason my mouse is slowing down. I think my battery might need to be changed. Um, and drop it off down here. Yeah, so all roads lead to this right here for Salesforce for me. I look for that to happen on Salesforce. It's probably golden pocket. Let's see. Sure enough, it's golden pocket down here too. And then that other one, that 8371, that's around a 786. So bingo bango. That's what this guy used to say. And what was his name? I used to tune in for his show too. I liked it. I don't think he does it anymore, but I liked his show. Uh, Let's see, the only other thing I could have did is, let me see. As long as I'm not cutting through anything, I have to make sure I'm not. Uh, I think I am. I think I am. I am. Okay, so that's even a little bit lower. I'm not gonna work with that. This is more it right here. So yeah, right here. Salesforce Golden Pocket is also here again. Order block right here. Nice reaction prior right here. So it's very likable. The head and shoulders through here. Interesting. See if volume confirms that. I don't like volume in stock market. I'll be honest. I don't like looking at the volume through here. Nah, volume doesn't like it. Yeah, it's not confirmed through volume at all. And then let me just see. Perfect. 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 Come on down. Come on down. I don't know that I would buy Salesforce. They're a good company, in my opinion. I just don't know. Like I said, I got now. I don't want to get all of them. I don't want to get all of them. Salesforce introduces Headless 360 to empower Middle East enterprises in the agentic era. Okay. This thing right here just killed me. This right here wouldn't let me be. It wouldn't let me be great. You know why? Because this was actually a wave 4. And then this is 5. That's why. Sometimes you ain't right. Sometimes you ain't right. Who else did this right here? Dang, J&J, I believe. Some kind of complex. I was thinking that this was an ending right here. And this looks like it could have just been the 3-4, and then that was 5. It wouldn't let me be great. I was thinking that this was going to be some sort of an ending right here, but I think that that's wrong. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. I think it may have been like, a little bit something a little bit more complex in here. A little bit more complex in here. I think. I don't know. All I know is this thing just says screw that, screw that, screw it. Dang, they got earnings coming up. It's either this week or next week, something like that. They do have earnings coming up. This thing has just been ripping, ripping. Total price discovery. Let's draw an extension on this. $169, 14 up here. This thing is mad crazy. Jeez. Yeah, it ain't coming back anyway. Look at that. Look at that powerhouse. Look at that. This thing is so strong. It is wow. Wow. No signs of weakness. Not from a weekly. Still hasn't got here yet. So I got my little eyes on this right here. Why did I choose this one? Oh, because I'm trying to match that. It's trying to come up though. It's trying to get to it. Let's see where that's going to be. This must not be from this time frame. Hold on. It almost looks like, hold on, something is wrong because my little stuff is off in here. It's not from here. It's not from there. It's not from the daily. Why is it off? 16. I can't find where it's from. You know what? I think I know why it's off. I think I know why it's off. I think it might have been so strong that I switched it. And this is what screwed me up the other day. I didn't realize, yeah, I switched it. I switched it to a 28. Um for a longer outlook on it. Because it was so powerful. Like crazy powerful chart, but I had switched it to a 28, and then I was in here trying to chart and my stuff kept coming up wrong, and I couldn't figure it out. Like, why is it not matching? Why is it not matching? And then finally I figured out, you know what? You had switched it to a 28. You need to put it back to a 14. So I was in here, um, yeah, not doing good at all for a sec there. But yeah, so let me put this on a 28. This thing is crazy. See, I'm looking for it to get back up here into around about an 80 and see if it won't do more than that. Whatever this was over here could do, could do more than that. So that's 87, 87, 19. I'll look at that later when I have to cross that bridge. Right now, I'm looking to find momentum, at least come back in here and meet this standard. At least come back in here and meet this standard right here, which could happen somewhere around about that 1 to 1 or that 1.7, 1.27. 1.27 and end up being like some sort of a max pain, 127, and then 168 is another max pain. But right now, just gonna watch for this right here to be it, because it could possibly just be that. Could possibly just be that. This is just off a little bit because of the time frame. But yeah, this was a general floor here, right back around 50. Was a general floor for it ever since this starting wave right here. Ever since that, I do think that my battery is trying to die on me because on my mouse anyway. For saying this thing is crazy. It's gonna be a good buy. It's gonna be a good buy once it does sell off. It's gonna be a good buy in my opinion. It won't be a, and when I say sell off, I mean once you do manage to get some sort of a correction in here on it. But we'll see if it wants to just continue exploding. Switch that back to a 14, which is gonna knock all of that off course. But now I know why it's like that. But this thing is just crazy. There's nothing to get into in here. I will look for the reaction around here, around there. Bull of the day, Sandis. Yeah. That and AMD. Speaking of AMD, I did do an updated post on AMD. Let me check that. Amazon's going to have earnings as well. Google is going to have earnings also. Let me see. I was looking over here on the screener at that. Yeah, upcoming earnings. You got Palantir, ARM Technology. AMD has just been in beast mode. Upcoming earnings. Actually, let me switch this. It's go this week because I had it set for that the other day. But you got Google, you got Apple, you got Microsoft, Amazon, Meta's going to be reporting, Eli Lilly, Exxon, freaking Mobil, baby. Let's go. Visa, MasterCard, Caterpillar. Heck yeah. Chevron. Like we got, yeah, got some heavy hitters in here. Qualcomm. Woo. Qualcomm. Then SanDisk. Oop, oop, oop. SanDisk. Uh, yeah, you got some nice ones in here. Got some nice ones in here. Some nice ones in here. I haven't gone through all of these. Basically, these heavy hitters though. I got Cat. I got Exxon. I think I started looking at Visa last night, but Cat was always something that we had been mapping out anyway from several months ago. Um, at least about two, maybe. I looked back at Lilly, Eli Lilly. I did look back at it. I don't think I really did too much on Eli Lilly in here. Let me take a look at Amy, because the last time we were looking at it, and okay, so we're right here. We're right here. Talked about this right here and mentioned I moved the trend line in here. I did post on it. I moved the trend line in here. I had this down here, but I just moved it up. I moved it far away from the targets because it's going to be more than one. So like I said, you have some exhaustion coming in here. You got this little look, could be an ending diagonal in here. That's what that could be. But time will tell if that's what it's going to be. I only see this continuing higher at this point right now, but at least from looking at it from this far right over here, but some sort of a correction because you can see the exhaustion coming in on it. Um, that information must be coming from 4 hour. So I think I made the mistake in here. I did. I had to because I was stuck. I told you guys I was stuck using the 28. And that's what happened. I got stuck using the 28. So all the charting that I was doing when I was going back to it, I couldn't figure out why my charting was off, why my numbers were off, comparing it to here. And it's all because I had been doing this crap on a 28. Isn't that something? I had been doing it on a 28. So now I'm stuck with using this 28. Oh man, I'm stuck with using this 28 because right now I just don't have time to go back in and try to change anything. Um, but on Friday when we had last looked at it, I think it was Friday when we had last looked at it, I had this was still sitting in here like this. It was from an old setup from where we had a probability here and a probability of tapping back into this top trend line. And that probability right there happened to work out great following behind earnings. And then this one right here. But I moved it. It doesn't mean that, this, I'm still not looking at this because I am. So when I posted on it, that was my mention. Probably needs to take a little bit of a breath in here. But if it did push higher, then that's going to be the next target up in here as far as an extension goes. So if it does, for some reason, let's just say earnings kicks in or whatever, like earnings can make it do anything. But as far as the next deviation, it would be somewhere around 278. As far as the next deviation high, I was looking somewhere around 278, but could be starting to fade in here. Be looking for a little bit of a correction in here, but nothing too serious as far as my eyes can tell right now. I don't think there's going to be anything too major. Again, you can see where you would start to fade. I just don't have time to go back down there and mess with that RSI right now. Because you are putting in the bullish divergence right here along with this. I don't know if it's going to be an ending or if it's going to be a continuation. I honestly can't tell you that right now, and I wouldn't be able to figure that out until we actually broke it to the downside. And right now we haven't broken it to the downside, which means the momentum is still rising until it actually breaks breaks that bullish divergence down there. Um, and then from that point, probably look for a little bit of a retracement back up and then a fall, a lower high, and then it falls down. That's the best way to do it, versus getting chopped up. But between where it is now, all the way up to 270 or 278, let's just say 280. Um, Looking for it to really start to show it's losing some steam, and right now it's not showing that it's losing the steam. It's still well above 60, still well above 60 in here, which is still fire, still fire. Let me see. Can I turn this on without the noise? And I cannot. I cannot. I got to go in and adjust that. Bitcoin's still bouncing off of that trend line. I'll show you that real quick before I jump back over here on Amazon, because uh, I know it's not doing anything right now. It's not doing anything right now. Okay. Just still dancing around in this area right here. Like I said, likely going to put in some bullish divergence, and you can see where it's been holding down here. These were some lines that we had put on the chart on Friday. So that's 77.84, and then here. So it's, if you're looking at it from your 4-hour time frame, it's just that golden pocket. I'm not golden pocket, but 382 50%. So 50% is somewhere down through those lows down there. But that's basically it. So it's still in the same space right now. So yeah, this, yeah. So you can see how it rat through here, how it had this momentum trend through here to tag along with price action continuing to rise up. And then once it did break it, you got that initial drop down. But anytime your RSI gets this high, once it does start to roll over a little bit, it's bullish divergence. Of course, it's going to be bullish divergence. So that's the first thing you start looking at. You're not looking to short immediately. You're never looking to short immediately when you get that high. You can, but chances are you're going to get wrecked first. Chances are you're going to get wrecked first. And it was slow. So that's another telltale. It was slow. But yeah, I posted on it. I said it needed to take a breath. But we talked about it also. But that's the post right here. Just me saying, watching Amazon here as it continues to grind higher. And it was looking like it needs to catch its breath. It had not actually broken out of the top side of the ascending trend line just yet. You can see on the chart now that it's actually doing that. I let you know that I adjusted my top trend line in here because the first time we did have an initial rejection off of it. It actually broke through it a little bit, so I had to push that up a little bit higher, just in case, because you never know. So it's good to really adjust it. I talked about that trend line because that could be a rejection point, the trend line. But I just moved the position tool. I moved the position tool. Doesn't mean that you can't take the position from lower. I just moved the position tool on it. Everything in here looked pretty decent. Very strong trend still through here. You can see how strong. You can see the weakness come in at that point here where you see that rise at. You can see the weakness come in. And again, you can see the weakness come in here. But you have to, again, keep in mind, you're likely going to get some bullish divergence first, especially when you're moving slow. So that's why price action was continuing to grind higher. It's because of the bullish divergence in here, even though the initial momentum to the upside had been broken. So like I said, it could still break out of this. Like I cannot say that it can break to the upside because it can. This in here still look good too, but you can see this green through here. Like at some point, it can reverse off of that. And I told you guys, I'm trying to teach myself to not look at that way, because it's supposed to indicate trend strength. But you will find that once it starts to get it's overextended a bit. Once it starts to get overextended like that, then some sort of a reversal tends to happen. I mean, it's hard for me to not look at it like that, but I got to. Just like over here, you can see we got deeply extended here to the downside. According to this, it means relative weakness, but at some point it's going to break it. So you really want to start looking at where your opportunity could come in from something like that. Over here, it did the same thing, and I pushed it to its highest standard. So I don't know when I'll see another one. Yeah, so see, this is why I said I have to stop doing that, because it's supposed to indicate either relative strength or relative weakness. And if I'd have been doing it over here, I got my feelings hurt. But thank goodness, you got something else to take a look at in here. So like I said, if you yeah, you far beyond reach right here. Yeah, that's just rolling point. That's just a rolling point in here. Right now, this still looks okay. It still looks okay. A little correction and continuation. They do have earnings, but I would not be buying the top up here. We took an entry over here, got long over here, so still holding that spot position. Spot position's paying out right now, so I'm excited about that. Spot position is paying out. I gotta adjust this. I don't know how I screwed up, but you can see the bull div. You can still see the bull div. I just got to go in and adjust this right here. All right, Emmy. If it comes down again, it may only do as much as dropping back to this back to the bottom side of this formation. It might only do that. Yeah, it might just do that and then bust up out of here. So I'll be looking at that. Yeah, I really only buy unless I really only buy. Okay, Bitcoin is starting to break that trend line again. It's on a lower time frame, so I'm not really focusing on that too much. Palantir's reporting. Got to zoom out. Palantir's reporting. For Palantir, like I told you, I would not be a buyer of Palantir. Not anywhere through here, I would not be a buyer. Palantir come back down here, I will buy Palantir once again. But in here, I'm just not going to be a buyer of Palantir. I don't care if it bounces up from here and goes to Valhalla. I could care less about it. I wouldn't be a buyer through here. I'd be a buyer down in here somewhere, or even back down here towards this trend line right here, which um, looks good to me. Looks good to me. That's the one to one. That's the one to one. And I pulled this from the reason why, it's starting from up here is because I pulled it from a lower time frame. So it includes after hours. Um, so you can see that wick right there. It includes that wick right there, which is why that bubble is up here and you don't see it on the other time frame, but it still matches. You can see, so that one to one in here right now, still holding up in here. It came very close. It looks like the RSI got pretty steep in here on yeah, RSI had got really low in here on this one, pretty low in here. Dun, 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 dun. See, I could really get with this if it drops from here and it comes back down into here, or like I said, back in here, I would be a buyer of Palantir once again. But through here, I'm just not interested in it. It could hold that one to one and then bounce away. I had that Head and Shoulders in here as well. I deleted it off of the chart, but I did have the Head and Shoulders in here. I just deleted it. If it's going to do it, it's going to do it. If it's not, it's not. It's just taking forever to really do anything. And the rejection, I think the initial rejection, the rejection in here, I think it was what 786 or something like that. I believe it was. Let me see if I pull the fib from here to actually let me pull it from no. Where are we at? I was looking at 786 or something through here. That's a lot lower. It wouldn't have been over here anyway. It would have been right here, but this is a lot lower. Oh, look at that. Let's get bearish. Let's get bearish. Let's get bearish through here. Yeah, I just think it still has room to come down. So if it happens, sending trend line through here, which it did pop back above 1 to 1. Um, yeah, I don't like that. That was a bearish rejection right there, though, on the 24-hour. It's a bearish rejection, but that's pretty decent. Not my cup of tea. I got nothing on it. If it flips, I suppose if it flips, if it gets back above here, then I'll get some on leverage. As far as the spot bag goes, it's going to be a no for me on Palantir. Unless it comes into here, which can be very possible. Let me see on the monthly again. Nah, it might not be possible. It may not be possible. It might have just been a grab of liquidity over this little trend line right here, because sometimes you will pop down below them, but it may not be possible. It's a good idea. It's a beautiful thought, though. Is a wonderful thought. A wonderful thought. You may not be able to have that. I don't like it. Apple. I really want to see this one pop off. So 267.56 pre-market. I'm gonna put it on a 4-hour. Really need to hold there. That's for sure. And bounce on up, please. Bounce on up and bounce away. Oh, have a great day. Why Crypto YT. Thank you so much. Love you. I'm probably already gone, but I appreciate you. Um, this Bitcoin isn't doing anything. I'm not taking any position on Bitcoin until it stops doing this nasty stuff. A lot of people are at that Bitcoin conference right now too. So yeah. Eh, I'm really focused on some investments right now. These earnings coming out. Some assets, some companies that are really great that have seen very steep retracements or corrections. I got to put my capital somewhere. A little bit more respectable, places to put it. So, and continue to trade Bitcoin, but only when it's not reckless. Right now, it's kind of reckless. It's very reckless right now. All right. I just had to pause and think for a second. Yeah, so we really do want to hold here and push away, because if we're not doing that, of course, we're going to go into some relative weakness here on Apple. Let me make sure I didn't. Right now I can't tell you if I moved this or not when I did these lines. It doesn't look like I may have. It doesn't look like I did. So I hope that that's correct. Let me just slide this out. Base is basically just the 50. I can tell from how I have it visually blocked. I have it blocked for the 4 hours, so this looks right. This looks correct, I think. Let me put this back on the 28 just in case I screwed up when I did this too. I don't know if I screwed up or not. I have to come back and do that stuff down there again, because I could have screwed up. Could have screwed up. I want to see that bullish divergence stay intact. Here for Apple. I want to see that bullish divergence stay intact. Let me push out. I don't need this. It'll go away. I remember the situation in here for Apple. I think, hold on, I could be wrong on that. Everything from this point up, I did based on the weekly. You can tell, looking at this, I did it based on the weekly. If I hadn't have done it based on the weekly, it would have looked something more like that. But I went back in and actually this entire thing is done off the weekly. I didn't do it from a monthly. I did it from a weekly. The entire thing. Monthly momentum declining. Suggested week high. So I don't know when I did these notes. Though it's held 3 months, 20 SMA since 2004. I can go in and check though, because I don't know when I put those notes in here on this. But apparently, I was saying that the monthly momentum was declining. Let's check that first. Let's see what I was saying in here on that. Was most certainly not coming up as high as it was before. We have a rising structure in here, so that makes sense. It's not coming up as high as it was before. Um, I suggested that the weekly high was going to be somewhere around 290 to 220. Apparently, we got past whatever it was I looked at in here because our high ended up being 288.62, so that was pretty close of a call. And I said that it has held the 3-month 20 SMA since 2004. Volatility range 1 month and 3 month is what I was telling myself to focus on. So let's look at the 20 SMA on the 3-month time frame. I must not have done anything with this since the last time I did it. I said 3 month, right? I said it's held at 20 SMA. Let me make sure that's right. Nope. Okay, so it was just a side note that it held the 20 SMA. So I suppose that if it was getting like a deeper correction in here, we'll probably just come back down into here. Uh, no violation of 198.27, but that would still be a long cry from where price action is right now. Being that I can see that it's holding this 20 SMA, is probably, yeah, that's why the channel is here. So it's basically in between standard deviation 2 and the 20 SMA through here. At some point, it was just outside the bands, more than likely corrected back into about a standard 1, maybe. Spiked it a little bit, I can say for sure. And that's why I was also looking at these bands in here too. So where you see me click on the bands to kind of show like what the deviation would be, it's still holding outside of standard deviation 1, still outside of standard deviation 1. So very strong charts. It would take a long time for that to correct right there. I'm gonna put this back on. Let's see. Just turn this noise back on for a second. This merging in here though is a little bit it could be indicating some weakness through here. I mean, we know we got like the little triangle formation in here, but the way that they're pulling together like this, like they're squeezing tight, is decreasing the volatility, and we could see this actually roll over. I didn't really see the weakness from the lower time frame per se, but that could be an indication here on the 3-month time frame. Just take some time for it to come to fruition because it is a 3-month time frame. But obviously, this is still outside of band one, two. I'm sorry, on a yearly basis, it's still outside of that. Let me just put that like that. I just wanted to see. I could change this and focus on this through here, and then the rise through here. I could just do that. So ideally, I would be focusing on this and this through here. Might have to put it right there though. So this little rising structure through here. I'm gonna hide this for a second. But this is an important line through here for that channel. Take this away for a sec. And let me turn this back on, see how many wicks I got, to see if I can do that without it not making sense. Yeah. So I've adjusted this top. I swear my mouse is just ready to give out on me. I'm gonna change that to I'm gonna have to omit this wick, but what I can do is like this. I can even grab this wick right here, but I gotta take this out. So that wick becomes an outlier. Okay. I'll fix that because I'm gonna go in and add include after hours on it. So I might have some adjustments to make in here. I might, not sure if I will or not. But while I do that, I'm gonna turn it off for a second so I can look at the 1 year. Since I did put on a 12-month band. Let me see what has changed in here, if anything. So it did change in here on me ever so slightly, which I don't mind. Like my idea is not to chase it, but to use it. Once I set it in motion, just use it as a place that price action could potentially come back to and respect. So you can see that's what ended up happening right here. Was that, unless I just pushed it back to look at that 1 year, I'm not sure. But it was whenever I did this, band information for it. Very overextended through here. And like I said, you could tell that it was, well, I knew that it was still outside of that standard deviation too. This is such a strong trend. If you just zoomed out, it's such a strong trend. This could be it. Like this could be where we have that triangle formation in here, the one that's more wedgy to the downside as opposed to the rising structure in here. This could be a top in here for it, and we do start to see it roll over a bit. I would be looking out for about 160 possibly, wherever. Of course, this will look slightly different. I could extend this down to tap into here, which is just going to line up with this. at the end of the day, it's just going to line up with that. I don't see it coming back down here to 87 or anything like that. This took a lot of years for it to get here. But that red candle here on this yearly already indecision, that rising wedge could be it. That can do it for it. That can do it. I'm really gonna hate that. I'm really gonna hate that. I have to close out something I have open on it. Let's see Bitcoin trying to move a little bit more. I'm gonna turn this parallel off for just a minute as I go back over and put it on 24-hour. So it ends up being exactly what I was looking at already. Is that no. Hold on. It's not showing up. I'm like, wait a minute. That's weird. That's weird. I need to see it here. Like I said, just treat this as an outlier. So from a 24-hour, I would have to adjust it. I can see my adjustment right now. Perhaps that's the only one I have to move. Nope, I have to move the other one. Let me make sure I get this line right. My battery really needs to be changed on my mouse. I'm gonna go ahead and change my battery on my mouse. So that's the same result we had got from the channel, I think. The top side anyway. That's fine to overlook those little wicks right there. Or I can leave it like it is. I'm gonna add those touches to it. The bottom I don't have to adjust. That actually hit different. I don't want it to be looking all crazy. So this was just an outlier. I'm trying to be perfect. Thoughts? Take this from the center. Sorry. This is human. This is human. Unless we get some sort of a sporadic move down, it could make sense. It could be breaking that 60. Is that what I said? Oh no, I got mean reversion targets in here. Um, 20 SMA. Okay, I'll look back at it though. 20 SMA runs across this channel in here, so this low right here runs across here. Could be a thing where it does come back down here and see if we can't hold this area right here again though. If I'm just looking at structure, or could be the. Let me change this freaking battery. Let's see it. It's hesitating. Let's see which battery I need for it. But it's 9 o'clock already. Market is about to open. Nothing out of Bitcoin. It's the same. Same values. One. Everybody comes and gets my batteries, and then I end up having none. Yeah, so that's basically like the channel. I could just work off the channel, but keep that there just in case something happens. That'll be a pretty steep move. This VWAP is also coming in, also kind of lining up with that as well. Did chop around here, so it is something valid. It's very valid. Let's see what type of battery I'm using. Looks like I'm in luck. It looks like my mouse uses triple A's. So let me get this taken care of so my mouse stops slowing down on me. Oh yeah, much better, much better. We are in business now. Where'd that line come from? Did I make a mistake? That must have happened while I was changing the battery, something. But yeah. Either way it went, you could tell that it was a rising structure. Rising structures do tend to break down, and for a very long time. I mean, just that red candle alone on the 1 year chart. We're like midway through the year, almost anyway. It's April, about to close out the month of April. So we're pushing through Q1. Q1 is done. I was feeling, pretty solid in here. Just looking at the triangle in here, I was feeling pretty solid in here that we get some sort of a push back up into here, which I mean, it's not off the table 100%, but it could be that Apple is finally going to come down and take that out. It's a couple of other charts that back a couple of months ago, where I was looking at them, and it was like Palantir was one for sure because I remember talking about Palantir on stream, and I think I even posted on Palantir as well, and it was like, hey, Palantir has this; it's never fallen below this, and then suddenly, all of a sudden, Palantir has now fallen below that, which is why I'm still like I won't buy Palantir unless it really falls over. I don't even know if I put a note in there on that. I just have to go back and find that info on that, but that's 1 year, 6, 3, 6 and 3, 3, 3, 3. I need to delete those though. I really do need to delete those. I'm gonna bypass on that top trend line, but I do want to look at that. And then of course the bottom down here, for some reason here with Apple. And Apple's earnings are which day? Which day is Apple's earnings? I could see it from over here too. I do believe. It's I can just hit settings. Earnings. Sweat. So that's Thursday. That's Thursday after hour. Yeah. I have this position on here, so I'm kind of worried. I can see we're already slipping down below here. I think that this did. I can check. That's a what? So I was looking at it against this high right here. It looks like we may have did a slight bear div. It's exaggerated. No, we didn't. We didn't do a bear div. Yes, we did. We did do a bear div. It is exaggerated. So more like a liquidity grab, possibly. Did it grab liquidity? $275. So it's a lower high. It's a higher high here on the oscillator. So a bit of a bear div in between here. I was watching this one here and watching this one right here. So I put in 59, I believe. I think we're chopping that now. I think we're chopping at 59 right now. Yeah, so 59 actually came in right here. It came in right there. So we just managed to wick around, I mean, with the trend line through here too. That was supposed to be the rejection point off of here, from here. So RSI, a little head and shoulders right here as well on the RSI, a little bit of small head and shoulders in here. It could have been the top. It could be, but to me, it just looks like AMD would. I'm not AMD. I don't know why AMD just popped into my head. Apple could put in some sort of bullish divergence unless we get a quicker move in price action here to the downside, which we have to see a faster move. This is just chop right now, so because it's just chop, it could end up being some sort of bullish divergence. think the extensions in here was it's coming at the wrong time. Come back and look at that because for some reason, no, let me put that back. Forget that. I'm not going to draw another line on that chart. We've already broken above here. Just switch out momentum. Yeah, it looks like it would just bounce away from this, in my opinion. But what do I know? I'm just making sure I'm not doing a sloppy job. I hate to do a sloppy job. It's all the way over here. Unless we're dropping outside of this right here, it would be a bullish divergence. Unless we're taking out this low. So it has to move a little bit faster in this rejection. Too slow, and it probably will put in some bullish divs and then bounce out of here. Likely attempting that again. But with earnings coming up, that move can be fast, and it'll end up being a breakaway gap. And breakaway gaps, you don't tend to come back into those. So at least not immediately. It'll take some time before it come back into it. So we could see a breakaway gap to the downside here on Apple. So bear that in mind. And the reason why I'm saying you don't come back into it, because again, that's the purpose of a breakaway. You're breaking away from it. So if you're coming back in to fill in a breakaway gap, then you failed that breakaway. So you shouldn't come back into it. It'll just be a gap away, you know. So after that, if you wanted to be positioned, or if you were interested in, I don't know how risky it's going to be for you to want to try to short Apple right now, because unless the news is already baked in, whatever they got to say is already baked in. I do. I am in a long on Apple. I have a little concern for that. And Google is just mad killing it. $345. About to put in a new high. At least it's attempting to put in a new high. Below 313 though. Below 313. Below 313, they really, don't have a lot of places to go. I already know this chart looks fire. It's fire. This chart is fire. See if we can't do some other work on it. That's just not something I would have looked at. So it's just in the middle of nowhere for me in here, at least from this time frame. So I wouldn't have caught that. I likely would have been looking for it to come down into here or something. Just transparency. Go back to this 24 so I can see. Is it getting higher? It's really not. It did get above here, which was that highest peak right there. You can see it. Been trying to short that and been like, nah, not right now. But this could still be a liquidity grab, and then this is going to roll over. It almost seems that way. Um, if it doesn't come all the way back up there, the point to come back down below, I'm going to put in 68 and just see where that was at. 68, because that would be above. Okay, so it's here. We'll falter back below here. Let me just use that. So it slips back below there is what it needs to lose. So it needs to lose this right here. That's 341.95. I'm gonna actually label that. So it was this one right here, right? Unless it meets another criteria. If it meets another one, then I would move the standard for it. But right now, you could catch something off of this if it does start to slip back below here. I would at least consider. Could you even consider that? Let me make sure. Yeah, you could at least 322 back into here, at least back into that. Even nicer if it came back to here, but I would probably look at this. Unless you do it earlier, because you're a top catcher, you catch tops, and that liquidity sweep happens and it fails, and your momentum still isn't adding up. It's a 6.97% decline. You can get lucky. If you get lucky, you know, but it doesn't look like it's going to going to roll over and pass away. It doesn't look like that. But yeah, it is outside the specs right now. So we'll see what happens with Google. And Google, of course, reports. It must be. I hate that I have to do that because it must be Monday. Maybe it's Monday too. I just really hate to have all those little letters down at the bottom. 29th after market close. Come on, Apple. Oh, Google. Google. My bad, Google. 9:26 market is about to open. I guess I'm gonna close it out right here on Google's charts. I'll stay in here till market opens and see what our reactions is kind of looking like in here. Let me see what Intel behind ended up doing. I tried to make sense of Intel. Okay, there we go. Intel's RSH was right here. And like I said, I was trying to make sense of Intel because the RSH said that this right here was the relative strength on Intel. So we should see it get some sort of a cool off to here. Now I did also put in like I pulled the fib extension. I did some Elliott stuff in here on it as well. It's probably not showing up here on the 24 on the. Hold on, let me see. It is this top right here. It is this top from this chart right here. It's gonna show it. It's gonna read it like that. And then when I did the fib extension in here, hold on. Is it that extension? That's my fib extension. Is that my fib extension? Is that what I posted? Let me just see if that was what I had posted, because I don't know. It must have been AMD or something that. No, this isn't what I posted on Intel. It's not what I posted on Intel. That's wrong. Where's my no, that's not what I posted, is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. It's just because I wasn't on extended hours. Okay. So yeah, that tap right there, 1.272 right there. And you can see, forget about all that. Um, But if it stays chopping around in here, I mean, it's still going to continue up because you're only going to end up putting in some bullish divergence unless for some reason they just kind of they nuke it over here. You're going to end up putting in some bullish divergence and chopping around in here, just putting in a little bit of a correction or something like that. But the RSH is reading right here. Where we got we got the spike above it into that. This is a max pain right here. And of course, your last max pain is going to be that 1.618 right there. So let's see how this goes right here. Won't be looking for too much. Lucky you get back down here towards this top right here on it. But this pump is just wild. It's really, really wild. Absolutely wild. 929. And then I did look at AMD too, but let me jump over here on AMD real quick. AMD remains the same for me. I was looking at this target in here. Let me see if I put a note in here on it. Ooh. I got oh, hold on. It's dropping a little bit of reaction right there. Can't find my notes for it. I can't find my notes for it. I'm not gonna be able to. Yeah, I can't find. I don't see my notes for it. I put a pause in here. It must have been for right in here for AMD. I was looking for it to get extended at least into here. Was there anything for me to look at in here? I can't recall. It may have been. So it might be this top right here, which is well beyond this top right here. So it really doesn't. It doesn't make. It's well beyond this top right here. It would have been on this candle right here anyway. This candle right here. It probably would have been on that candle. But let me, and see, the thing is, I have to, because I'm on the same pane, I have to go back in under one over there I'll go back to Google here in a sec. But that's what, 85? 85. You can do 85 or 86. I don't really think it's going to make a difference. But if I was doing, let's just do 85. 85 was the prior reach for, I'm just going to do 85. It gives it something to cross above and then come back down below. If I do 85, it's going to be like this. Let me see if I change that to 86, just to see, I'm going to put it back to 85 though. Okay, so even if I did it on 86, that's cool. So it would need to be below here. It would need to be below here, which means it probably has more reach. It may have more reach, but price would need to target back below here. Otherwise, your momentum might stay intact. And otherwise, that momentum might stay intact. And we could see it getting into here. Let me go back and see that dang on Google situation in here. Come on down, Google. And then, did I plot one on Intel? I did not, but either way it goes. Let's see what happens. We can't get some sort of a rejection in there on that. Let me check Amazon real quick. Did that just happen? We weren't in that trend line. Did that just happen? Because we weren't in that trend line. Am I losing my mind? No, that just happened because we weren't at this trend line when we were looking at it. Dang, you chase everything, you miss some stuff, right? I would have seen that, and I probably would have. I mean, like, that's your spot, and if it gets through that, then I would definitely look right there. I like that reaction off of there, though. Yeah, it just tapped into it as market open. It's a good thing I adjusted it too, because otherwise it would have been outside of it and been like, oh, we're breaking. You know, it can get panicky sometimes when you see price action breaking the trend line. You can get panicky. That's for sure. Let's see, TSLA. I didn't even look at TSLA, but it's 9:30, guys, and let's go, Amy. Let's go, baby. Bring it on down. Bring it on down. See if we can't get it down some. SPY. Let me see if I put in any new work on SPY. Oh, I did look at what SPY's RSH is. I did take a look at that. And so we chopped around on that one for a minute. It's at the 1-to-1. I also noticed that it was at a 1-to-1 in here. And if it did push up, I would start to look at what other metrics I could find within this zone right here. If it gets past this 1-to-1, I look at metrics in here because as far as the deviation goes, its deviation is within this pocket in here. And I think I told you last time too, there was something about a 722 that I could see in here, but I don't have that line in here. I just wanted to have a zone, and then I could, you know, I got a mental note. I have a mental note on it that I could look at. So I have a mental note in my head. And I added some a couple of notes in here. But that 1-to-1 right now is doing its job until it's not. But want to see it get back below this relative strength threshold right here. So yeah, what is oil doing this morning? Okay, still dancing around. Still dancing around. Nvidia was doing really good. This is just the all-time high over here for Nvidia. I have Nvidia on the other chart over there, so I don't really have a lot of technical stuff over here on this pane, but I have it on the other one. Nice, 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 AMD. Get your behind down here. All that dang on pumping you done did. All that freaking pumping. Get on down here. Intel play too much. I'm just flashing back through these again. That's all. Come on down here, Google. Come on down, Google. Oof. 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 With a little head and shoulder right there, too. Microsoft. Mm. Hmm. Dang, Tesla. I still felt like Tesla had some hope in here, though. I did. I don't know. What time frame was I looking at, too? Couldn't have been looking at that. I may have even had the settings off. I think I may have had the settings off when I did Tesla. I think I might have been on that 28 still and not realized it. So like I said, 'cause I was doing some charting, then forgot that I made adjustments on here because I was looking at that crazy freaking SanDisk or something that was it was either SanDisk, it was something else that was just acting sporadic, and I did that. I did go through and look at Meta as well, but I'm not really focused on them. Um, not really focused on that stuff. So at the this doesn't belong on this chart. It's just traveling. It was on the 24. It's just traveling with it. That's all. So yeah, I mean that. Dang, Microsoft. Oh, let me check my chart. Let me see how this is doing. Let's see how this doing while I'm running my mouth. Just wanted to see where we were at on this. I think that was that. Nah, see, I screwed up with everything, and now I got to go back and not everything, but some stuff before I caught it. So I know I messed up. I know I messed up. There's nothing worse than putting in the work and then realizing you done messed up. You done messed up. The heck is you doing, Palantir? All right, so oof, oof. Yeah, it looks like a short market, but I honestly, some of this stuff though, it's just a small little correction before a continuation to the upside. On some of this stuff, is as much as it looks like right now, at least from a lower time frame, a higher time frame perspective is what it looks like. But these are pretty nice moves for the stock market. These are pretty nice moves for the stock market. Let me change. I'm gonna leave it like that because I wasn't focused on it before. I don't want to seem like I'm trying to make myself focused right now on it. Um, I'm still thinking about Amazon. It's already tapped the spot though, but that's a short that I could have taken right there. Definitely could have considered that tap right there. Definitely, it's a little bit too far away from it right now for me. Be saying that, and then all of a sudden, you get further into it, but and then it's down here, and it's like I could have taken that. It's still strong until it's not. Let me see if I can't do something with this. That's probably not correct. That's now I need you. It was a simple fix. It was a simple fix. I mean, this is done, so that doesn't really matter how perfect I try to make it. It's already happened. Uh, let's see if I was going with this. If I was going with this, I turn that on. If I was going with this, I just want to see where that was at on the 72. I would say 72, 71.97. You just say 72, right? You just say 72. You just say 72. That's what you do in that situation. You just say 72. Okay. Yeah. Trying to bounce. Trying to bounce. I'm just going to do a regular line through this because for this one, I would have, after seeing that happen, just do a regular line on that. This would be one to try to hold. I still don't see a position on Bitcoin just yet. I still don't see one. Not down, not up. It's still just sideways. It's still holding on to that trend line. It's still, doing, it had a little sporadic moment with that recent candle. So I really don't see. So you can see over here, it had this little moment over here where it got sporadic with that candle. Getting got a little slight rejection right there. This is holding up pretty decent through here though. We'll see. We'll see. To catch a short on it. I will look at the golden pocket 786 retracement if it gets above here, but at that point it might try to do some sort of a little move back here to the upside. I'm not feeling this craziness right here. Um, I'm not feeling the craziness on Bitcoin right now. Really not. This is going pretty good over here. See that, like I said, this be the moment where you see it and you're like, man, it's not too far away, and I could have taken the short forward. I could have taken the short, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Kathy Woods, ARC sales, AMD stock. Kathy, leave it to Kathy, boy. Kathy be in and out. Kathy don't play. Kathy get in there, and then Kathy like, you know what? You've done enough. Goodbye. Tired of you. We move on to something else. I wonder what she's moving on to. Kathy Woods. Here's what it bought. They're talking about ARK. Because I don't like the word it there. Here's what it bought. And I know they're talking about ARK, but it's just weird because her name is included in this sentence. So it makes it weird. Instead of just saying ARK Investments sells AMD stock, and then here's what it bought. I mean, Kathy Wood's name is in here, so just leave her name out. Unless that's the name of her company. I don't know. It just sounded weird. Yeah, Google's still a little green. Yep, see, it didn't do it. It didn't do it. It didn't do it. Still a little green. God dang it. Not that. Who are we looking at? Apple. Did that happen that fast? No, that didn't happen that fast. We were already in here, weren't we? I don't know. Yeah, we were already in here. It's Intel. Don't let it back in. Don't let it back in. Intel is so wild. You know why? And I could be salty with Intel. It's probably because when Intel was down here, when it was down here, I told people to buy it. I bought it as well, but I was all on X saying buy it. All on X. X has the timestamp. I was all on X saying buy it, and then I sold it right behind something. And I can't remember what it was, but I was like, I don't think I want to be in Intel anymore. And then it was like a week later or something like that. You know, Trump makes this announcement on it, and then it starts to pump, and I'm still in denial on it. So you see me make these videos and be a little salty about price action for it. But despite that, it still decides to keep going. It still decides to keep going. And that means AMD behind is doing what? Tapping that momentum level. Putting in bull divs. See, that's why you can't do that. That's why it's hard to really short something where the RSI gets that high, because the first thing it's gonna do is put in some sort of bullish divvies as it's coming down. So look for a long. Let it break. If it breaks, it breaks, and that'll be great. But look for the long somewhere around here. Be nice if it does. I mean, if I got a match on here, that would be really good. But that match would mean is that this is all the way back. Let me see, what is that? 36, 35. That's a little bit too much. So maybe that 306, something like that. Let's see what Kathy did. Kind of damage Kathy did. Did she do any damage? Apple down. That's good. Oh, now that market's open. What am I thinking? Now that market's open, let's take a look back over here at V. VVV. VVV. Let's take a look back. Oh man. Look at Tommy. Look at Domino's. Oh, I think it's going to get all the way down there. I think it's going to get all the way down there. I think it's going to get all the way down there. All right, this is the first liquidity. Look at Domino's. Hold on, let me be on a weekly. That gap down. Oh boy. $330 is a wonderful number. 330 is a wonderful number. 330 is my birthday. So I love 330. Good old Domino's. Good old Domino's. It's still a good company. They still a good company though. Good old Domino's. Send it down. Send it down. It's trying to slow down. It's trying to slow down. Trying to slow down. Domino's. Domino's. Dang, gold getting this. Dang. Dang, gold. I'm not even looking at you. Oh, Hood got earnings coming too. Let's see strategy. So I have a favorable outlook on Strat, but I got a favorable outlook on Strat. I like this already. I like that already. That posture right there, that's beautiful. I like that already. Whatever happens next, I like that already. That's a beautiful counter momentum on the RSI. That counter momentum right here on this RSI. That's nice. You can see how it's pushing up. So that's just the start of whatever correction and continuation. I like that already. Hood will be reporting as well. Where is that coming from? Oh, that was when we were that drop that we had got. That was a low for it. But if this move up is stalling right here at this 50 right here, it could be our continuation to the downside. I bought some right here. Recall, I told you that I bought some. I looked at this. I said, "Yep, buying, buying, buying." I say if it dipped a little bit more, then my next buy would be right here. So right here, that 56, that would be my next buy on it. I have to see what happens from that point though. Right now, I like this a lot. I'm hoping that it doesn't continue down. I mean, that's the purpose in buying right there. So I'm hoping that this floor holds. That's supposed to be the thought process behind it. This floor holds. But if we're not managing to get beyond here, it's going to indicate some weakness. I do want to see us manage to get above here, and then we own and popping once again. Like that was like to be able to buy it down here, just right there. That's nice. And again, if I caught it somewhere else in here, that'd be nice too. Especially if it came down like this, something like this. That's really overcapped. If it were to do something like that, but nonetheless, I really, really like that. I like that. So I bought that. Coin, I'm not a fan of, but not right now. Not right now. Not right now. It did hit a historical floor. Uh, as far as I could make it a historical floor. And why did I choose that? Oh yeah. I chose it based off of from here. I could always drop this down, but since it actually got a reaction there and it came back up and back tested here, I figured, this is the one. And so when I did it, it just, and of course, I think we watched that day. I'm not sure. I can't remember for that momentum line right here, the one that connects from that low to that pivot right there. That was exactly where we ended up tapping. But I let it go ahead and take me out because the last time I bought coin, it was this drop right here. This was the drop that I bought it off of, and I just let the market stop me out when it dropped below it. I didn't care about any of that, and I still don't care about it right now. I like to see coin come lower, especially if everybody thinks Bitcoin's coming lower. I don't know what else is holding coin up if it doesn't. It's definitely not their futures trading. It's definitely not that. I'm so sorry, Tesla. But the floor is down here on test. So with this rejection right here on Tesla, the floor probably is going to match up right here. This is where we have been bouncing from every other time. So it bounced here. You can see it comes back down. At this point, you won't notice it if it touched it. It'll be in real time, but it comes back down right here. This is where momentum starts to shift and it starts to rise through here. So it could, if Tesla's coming down, I would be looking here around 286. First of all, down here is absolutely beautiful. Like, man, I would buy. I'm willing to buy. I think people trying to rotate their money. Again, I think that they're trying to rotate their money. Oh, he's launching X money. Okay, that's great. That's great. But this has been a bounce right here. This trend line right here, right where we have the overkill at on Tesla, is right here. So that's going to be the floor down here. But in the meantime, and in between time, why is this like this? Why is this like this? I don't know why that is like that. Oh, it's probably because I had it on 28 or something. I can't figure out why that is there. Why is that there? This needed to be like that. This needed to be like that. Yeah, it needed to be like that because that's where we got our bounce from. Right there. I need it to be like that. But if it does, again, like I said, the floor floor could come in right here around 286. I'm not going to even waste any time. I don't even need to see the reaction. I will scoop up a little bit right here. I'll scoop up a little bit right here, and then I'll wait, and then I'll add on my spot bag for Tesla. This would be the ultimate right here. But like, give me that, and I can work with it a lot more, down here than up here. It's just not some place that I be buying, not at all. Let me move out on the monthly. Let me see that again on the monthly. Yeah, if I got that right there, that probably. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, would definitely need to hold up. I'll be looking at the floor right here. Luckily, I don't even have to move that. I need to make sure I adjust it though, because this is not for this time frame. But this started it, and then that one came back and it bounced off of it. So if it does come down all the way down into here, I wouldn't even hesitate. I won't even hesitate. I'm just buying. It's that simple. Just buying. There's no debate. Oh, let me just slide this out a little bit. And that little knob that they have on it, just it gets in the way sometimes. That little knob right there. Won't even be a hesitation. And make sure this doesn't travel. I'm gonna look back at these real quick, and then I'm gonna go. Yeah, it won't give it. It won't give it right now. So that means I might have to look up. Might have to wait. Hold on. It was on the 24. It was on 24. Yeah, it was on 24. You can see how it came. Swoop back up above it. I could adjust it for this, but because I don't really have. Let's see. There was something in here I could have. I can't work off of. That's old. Something's off on that. Just made a new high. Just want to see what this number is. Get it as high as I can. A 91. 91 or 90. Let's see if it doesn't want an SFP. Otherwise, it's a long travel. It's a long travel. 402. Didn't we used to have a target up here? I think we at one point we had a target from unusual whale activity a couple of months back, several months back. I think we had a target set up there uh, on Google. It was a long time ago. This stuff be taking too long. It's not like crypto. Actually, crypto right now is it's just lazy. Um, and you really have to have patience. Nah, we already hit our target on Google. Our target was 335. Yeah, our target was 335. We hit that. That was we called that November 11th of 2025. November 11th of 2025. We called 335. And price at the time was 290. It was 290. So that was when, calling for Google to get to that 335 and kept this pin in it for a very long time. And then let's see, we rejected in here 340, 350. So yeah, that's long gone. I haven't updated on Google since then. Haven't given any updated targets on Google since then. So um yeah, it's not slowing down. So it's not slowing down. This candle would have to close. This would be the candle that would be confirming this top right here. I'm not concerned about that. But this candle would have to close here. This is a 24-hour chart. That candle would have to close. So if for some reason this candle is all the way up here by close today, then that could be your high. It just depends on how it moves about. For this pivot right here, possibly that it gets some sort of a reaction around there. Just like this one right here was really minor. Once it came up above it, it was really minor. So on the extension, you'd be looking at that 618 though. On the extension, it could be. Yeah, Intel don't want to give up. It would just be bullish divergence anyway. AMD ain't trying to come down. And I need to go. I keep saying that, but I'm still here. Keep saying it, but I'm still here. Let's see if Kathy does some damage a little bit to at least bring it back down to earth some. But the buck would probably stop right here. If it could get a good enough drop, maybe the buck could stop right here. Maybe that'll stop there. Doesn't have to be the end all be all. This looks like it's holding. It is holding. It's holding right now. I mean, if you feel like you want to be long on this, it is trying to hold through here. This trend line over here is going to be a little bit sloppier than looking at it from over here or looking at it from over here. I don't necessarily trust this trend line right here anymore. I think that we have the potential to actually break down. I think we have the potential to break down. So I'm just going to be on the sideline in here. If we get back down into here, then again, I do have some interest here. We already took this, did that little sweep up there yesterday. Uh, if you still feel bullish, I mean, this is where your risk is at, and then you want to cut it down below here or down below. I don't know. I can't trade it right now. It's just doing too much. Um, it's doing too much right now. One hour looks like it might try to bounce again higher. It looks like it might try to bounce higher off of the 1 hour. Um, Again, we're still holding momentum on both the 1 hour and the 4 hour time frame. So you can see how we're still holding through here. So if you were getting risk on, you would want to you're getting risk on. You want to have your invalidation level set. Again, still holding through here is relative strength. Still holding through here. Um, it's a minor factor right there. Um, I can't justify it right now. I mean, I guess the next target is going to be in here, golden pocket or whatever the golden pocket is. That's the resistance level right there. If it gets back above here. Right, again, that's the 4 hour, and like I said, over here, it's still holding too. Still holding through here as well. It's in a gray zone, so it looks like it's going to break above this. And I guess you'd be looking for the golden pocket to get hit. It's quite choppy. Very, very, very choppy. All right, Bassett tries to take this liquidity again. These equal highs, this is going to make for some good liquidity up here for sure. Definitely makes for a place for liquidity. You got good liquidity down below too. This chart is wild. Bitcoin is wild. It's wilding out. Let me just see this measure move. Actually, let me just do it the easy way. Do it from here. If we got the breakdown, let's just see. I'm gonna include that wick. I'm almost certain that we come down into that. Yeah, taking that liquidity. That's the measure move off the double top. You know, if we were to just roll over from here, like this is what we're looking at right here. And when it does it, you know, it'll be it will have rolled over a lot to at least catch some sort of a bounce to the upside. But in here, I just don't like it. I just really don't like it. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Trying to make sure I didn't have. I hope I didn't have a meeting this time. I hope I didn't. Make sure I didn't have my meeting. I'm not seeing that I had it. Okay, but anyway, Bitcoin and the shenanigans. Again, if Bitcoin gets to the upside, it could just absolutely fail trying to taking the liquidity in here for another fail. I know ultimately maybe it's trying to get in here to this golden pocket. It's crazy. It's still holding strength in here, so it's crazy. I don't like playing around with Bitcoin at the moment. But again, like I said, if we for some reason sometime today we end up down here taking out this double bottom liquidity down here, I am going to be looking for a long position. So you've seen the setup. I'm not going to post an update on that again, but that's exactly what I would be looking at there for Bitcoin. And if the rest of the market is bouncing, I would be looking for Google to not do anything more than coming back down to about that 258 and then bouncing between that rising structure that it has. If it loses it, then maybe 245, something like that. Maybe the market knows something that, I don't know. Maybe it does that. But right now, I couldn't expect for it to do anything more than put in some bullish divergence right now for another little move to the upside for a lower high is what you would want to see. Because like I said, that triangle formation could still break up. If it does, 278, that would be my next ideal target on it. But taking the risk from it tapping into that ascending trend line at the top, it wasn't a bad starter for that. Wasn't a bad starter for it. Google's still going on about its day, and so is some of this other stuff in here. Yeah. Yeah, some of this other stuff in here. Domino's still trying to hold. I do think we can get that five-way move out of Domino's. RSI right now on a 4-hour time frame about 1735. I don't know when the last time it got that sloppy, but that's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. It has gone much lower than that. It has gone much lower than that. So if it does finish out that five ways, which would take some time for it to happen, I would probably buy some, but because they pay out dividends and all that good stuff. Yeah. Now it's paying me again today. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, Nike. Before I dip, let me just look back over here at that. Where you at? Nike. Let's zoom out. Now it did try one time to get back above here. But I think, and again, it's a risky play. It is a risky play, but I think Nike has reached a point to where it is now. I could really look at this chart and say, I think that it's really undervalued right now. I really think that it's undervalued right now. It has nothing to do with the falling wedge. It has nothing to do with Tom Cooks or the CEO buying Nike. Of course they would. Of course they would buy it. They're part of the company. Of course they would buy it, to entice buyers. It's not about that. It's really at this point. Now, can it go lower? Absolutely. In my notations that I had did on it, I said that it has the potential to come back down into here. If I pull a fib on it, my fib is going to line up with this low in here. So it has potential room to still continue down. I wouldn't buy a lot of it because it is a very risky play, especially if they can't manage to turn this company around. But I feel personally, technically, as well, that it is undervalued at this point. It is undervalued. And so picking it up in here could be good. I wouldn't be looking to shoot a home run out of it, maybe somewhere back into 85, something like that. So you will see it break up out of this wedge. And then from there, we have to see what the market structure looks like. You can see how it did try to push back inside that 47.25. It tried to push back into it, but then it got a bit of a rejection right there before it tried to push back in. It got a little bit of a rejection. I think we had like some bullish divs in here too for the first time. I can't recall. Let me see. It's not this time frame right here. It must have been. Was it? Where were we on the bullish divs? Uh, unless I'm wrong and we didn't have any bullish divs. Looks like I could have been wrong. I guess we didn't have any bullish divs, so I guess we'll need to see that happen. But again, I did mention this at one point that this was on this tap down right here too. I think that's exactly where I can't even think of the guy's name, but where he actually bought it as soon as it hit that. As soon as it hit that, with this floor in here. So this would be the floor based on historical times right here. So if it bounced up away from here on a monthly, you'll only see this bullish divergence later. It'll be after the fact when you realize that the monthly time frame is putting in this bullish divergence right here. Because it's still 3 days on this candle right here. Still 3 days on it. So if for some reason it does manage to get back in here and break, then you're going to realize, okay, we got bull divs in here between this low and this low over here. But I actually like this a lot because it reads that it's a floor right here. And it's coming from a monthly time frame. I like that. I like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and purchase myself a little bit of it. I'm not mad with where it is. And then if it does give more, it gives more. Let me get it. Yeah. Yeah. Order filled. So I just picked up me a little bit of Nike. Again, a very risky play. I didn't put in any more than I was willing to lose on this right here if it does decide it wants to continue down. But I think that they are going to manage to turn this company around. And Nike's going to print a paycheck. I really do believe that. I really do believe that. You know, and again, I like this. I like this. You know, this could become a new floor, but I like it. I like it. And again, like I said, if you pull a fib on it, fib extension on it, it's gonna 1-to-1 is gonna come in right here. So you can see where your 1-to-1 is coming in right here. Speculating that this is an ABC correction. The way that this formation is through here, it could be very corrective, and that's it. But I do like that. It was something else that I took a peek at also that I did not notice. Something else I looked at, and I was looking at the low on it. Not low, but oh, okay, never mind. I think that was service now. I think that was service now. Just looking at, just putting some notations on their acquisitions and how investors really stepped up at that point where we're seeing that reaction from right now. I think that was all that was over there. But this is your 1-to-1 in here if it does, choose to. But all three of these, the 47.25, the 34.92, and the 21.28 were the levels that we were looking at. All time VWAP runs down here to the 21.28. So we know that it does indicate that it is undervalued at this point. In my opinion, I do think it's very undervalued in here. This is just the order block in here. So they did take this liquidity down through here, but this was the order block in here. This is another one right here. This is coming off of how am I doing these? Yep, 3-month time frame is what I was using when I decided on what I felt like Nike would be able to do through here to the downside. That was how I made the decisions on the graph that you seen me post a while back, a couple of months back. In here. Yep, so the support levels that were through here. I made an honorable mention on this one, but it's not in my notations. Um, I thought I updated my notations. I thought I did. I thought that I had updated my notations. Huh, that's interesting. Maybe only by word of mouth. Maybe only by word of mouth. Um, maybe that was it. So again, I like where it is from there. It's not showing. This is a 12-month chart. We wouldn't even see anything different in here from a 12-month perspective. We just wouldn't like. We would see it inch up, but you won't see any curves or anything like that. So, you know, first time it got below 50. First time it got below 50. It had some points in here too, like where, the market indicated some sort of a rejection, clean rejection. And then, of course, that momentum breakthrough here on it. But that tumble down. But I think that we're there. You're not going to see it off of this time frame. That's for sure. You're not going to see it there. Did I put any notes in here on this one? I got no notes in here on the 6 month. I will add some notes in here on 6 month. I don't have any notes on the 3 month time frame. For me, it was all about as far as the higher time frames goes. You want to see it get back above 50. But this monthly does suggest that it could be a floor for it, and it could get back up above there and start to bounce. If you want to be more conservative, I would tell you right away. More conservatively, it would be you want to see price where we rejected from that we didn't manage to get back above that box right there. You want to see it get back above there. So back above 46. I just say 47. So back above 47. You want to see price action get back above, let's just say 48. Let's just make it easy. 48. Exactly where it rejected from. Exactly where it rejected from. You want to see it get back above there. That's showing that it's trying to put in showing some sort of momentum shift, some sort of strength coming in on the chart. But I think, and I just bought some. I just bought some. You know, I bought myself a little bit. I'm not gonna get rich off of it, but I bought myself a little bit. I gave myself some exposure. I'm not mad about this chart. Not mad at all about it. But that is what we got that rejection from right here. If we could at least get that part down on the monthly time frame, that would be nice. Just getting back above that resistance right here. That would be nice. Like I said, then we can look for that move up. Somewhere around this top into this resistance right here. That would be marker one. We'll see if they start to do good news start to come out. And then, the next thing you know, you got a higher low, and then, it's off to the races. You're getting something better. But understand the risk if you do decide to touch this. Understand the risk on it, because it is most certainly there. It's most certainly there. And with that said, I'm gonna leave it right there. I appreciate you for stopping by to join the show. I went way over. I'm still talking. I really don't feel like going because I got nothing to do today. I have absolutely nothing to do today whatsoever. Just chilling. I just again, Bitcoin, I don't like it. They trying to push it back up here again. They're trying to push it back up here again. Once again, trying to push it back up. Not feeling Bitcoin. I'm really just trying to find somewhere to park my money, and seeing in here where I can't really park it, seeing where I can park it at, where I can't park it at. That's it. That's all for me. What you been up to? Y'all remember we talked about that 150? We talked about this being the target right here. Y'all remember that? We're up here. I took a chance in here. I was like, I'm gonna take a chance before we get down into here. Y'all remember that? It was set just like that. Y'all remember that? But I did take a chance right here, and then we got the news. It came out. Blah blah blah. Holding. If this thing right here just manages to not come back below here, this could be it. This could be it. It could be. It could be prepared. It could be prepared to turn it on around and get rid of all of this stuff in here. Why is you here? Let me see. I might have this in something over here where I can just easily click a button and get rid of it. I don't. Let's just unlock it and get rid of these trend lines. All of these trend lines. Yes, remove it. Got another one right here. Let's get rid of that. Got another one. Oh, I just turned that one off. Here. How is you getting past me? Let's get rid of those. This information is quite old at this point. Get rid of that now. It was just a prior support level through here that I left in here just to see how it kind of reacts once it comes back around in here. I can't remember why and when I did that, but it's been a while since I haven't updated anything over here on this chart right here on Oracle. I like where it did get that reaction from. I don't have any levels set in here on Oracle. Just the momentum lines, and we were watching at 150. But besides that, I haven't done anything to it. So I do need to do some charting on this one right here. But I love where it is. Again, if you look left, the market like this area. I like that one too. I like that too. Hmm. We'll definitely buy Oracle in 96. I'm not saying that's going to get there, but this lines up with a block over here. So perhaps that was it. Just, pushing back into that momentum right there. Time will tell. If it did come up and reject somewhere around in here, it could look like a head and shoulder. I mean, yeah, it could look like a head and shoulder in here for a further breakdown. Bitcoin getting that little bounce. Oh gosh, I'm still here, guys. I keep saying I'm leaving. I do that sometimes, and I'm bored to death. I'm bored to death. I'm so bored. I'm so sick of this trend line right here. I am so sick of this trend line. Every time so far. It was fun at first. It's too choppy now. It's too messy. Too messy. There we go. There we go. Let's see how we're gonna close here. Yeah. Good old bitty. $78.4. 78.7, 78.4. It's just right there. 50% retracement. 50% retracement. Could be some sort of a smaller wave through here. All right. Let's see how we react if it does manage to get in here and take these double top liquidity in here. You could see the rejection there to enter in on the short position. Definitely worth taking a chance in here again. It is. But make sure it's not moving so fast that it just busts through here and hit this golden pocket like this. Yeah, that would be a really great short right here. That's also going to change some things over on the weekly time frame too. Just coming up there would change some things. Have to rethink some structure if it's doing that. But maybe even if it takes this liquidity right here, it might even do something like, may have to relook at the structure if it's taking out this, because that means it's going to push up a little bit higher, like it was coming really, really close to tapping that prior low on the weekly. So I think that'll make my original idea the correct one. That's what I think. I think it'll mean that first idea is the correct idea. Otherwise, lower high. Lower high in the box right here. Lower high in that box right there. Do a little small 5 wave in here. I want to see a rejection right there. And then come down and take out this liquidity down here. I mean, those are the only options I can think of, is somewhere in here. Let me see. Trying to see if I found something that maybe a full fill of that inefficiency would be right there. And then, of course, you're not looking for price action to come up and take that out. That's quite a lot for me. 8.4, that's quite a lot. But if it did work, you can at least, look at that liquidity being taken. And then if it did more, yeah, you could at least get a 3-to-1 out of something like that. That's a lot for me right there, though. And then if extra lucky, then, it does something like that. For now, I'm going to push this back into here. Is that at least a 3? Yeah, that's at least a 3. So it would be that one. And then, of course, the other one, like I said, would be taking the liquidity from here. I'm going to give it about a 15 over top. It barely took it. It barely took it that time. So let me just see. Yeah, I'm gonna give it that, because you will also have the extra cushioning from the stop loss. At least make this one like a 50, something like that. And I think this time, if it failed, it could pop. It would do more than this. At the end of the day, like I said, I would be looking for this down here to get taken. They're really holding it up, really, really holding it up. And then last but not least is going to be into this golden pocket, which everybody and their mama going to be watching this golden pocket. Everybody and they mammy. Let me see what levels I have in here. Don't have a solid pivot past that. There is no solid pivot. Oh, that's because that's not the right golden pocket. My bad. That's because it's not this golden pocket. Um, oh, there it is, all the way up here. So 1 hour chart. That thing is all the way up there. So when I was looking for a pivot, like you have nothing but air in here. Unless you're using something for like a weekly time frame, you have nothing but air in here. Like we've struggled plenty right in here. We've struggled a lot through here. And back further too. We struggled a lot through right just at that one. But that's all the way up here. Might have some struggles right in here before getting to the golden pocket. Might have some struggles right there. But I don't really see everybody be hollering about that golden pocket at that point. So unless this thing is about to do like a moon run, because again, it has held the momentum down here stellar. It's just crazy. It's just crazy choppy though. And that's 82,550. I know we got something in here. No, we don't. It's up here. It's up there. So there's nothing but to let this thing run if they going back up here hammering away, double top, and they taking that. There's nothing for it to do but to run its little happy behind up there. Like I said, no trade is also a good trade. Because you can just get chopped up right through here. You can. So far, that looks decent. So far, it looks decent. So it'll be this, or it'll be that, or it's gone. Oh, all right. Just hit 20 SMA. As long as it doesn't slow down. If it doesn't slow down and it just pushes in here, it could be a likely rejection. Could be a likely rejection. Right in here. As long as it just doesn't blast through here. So here and here, again, here and here. Hopefully you can reduce the size of this thought right here. It's almost a 1%. So hopefully that can be reduced if it does push in a little bit more. I just got it set for that inefficiency fill right there. Nothing in here on the SPY. I mean, why do I keep doing that? Got this small little common gap right here. From that larger gap that's in here. I'm on a different chart right now. Again, that was what, 382 right here. Three, 8, 2. Beyond that, it'll be this. Could you fail that? Could you fail that? And if you failed that, change.